Good morning and a very, very warm welcome to Sepang International Circuit. We are here for round one of the 2026 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And if you were looking at the schedule that was on your screen just before we opened, then you can see we've got a very action-packed schedule for you throughout the day, starting this morning, as ever, in the Asia Road Racing Championship, with qualifying in the morning. This is the first of those sessions, and this is qualifying one for the Underbone 150s. Daniel Bogas and I will be taking you through the qualifying action this morning, and we will be joined for race one this afternoon by none other than Des Corkhill. So to get back on track here, these are the, if I can put it this way, the slowest 10 riders from yesterday's combined practice. They had two practice sessions yesterday, the Underbones, and we will be seeing the quickest 12 plus the fastest 2 from this session in qualifying 2. And some big names here, none more so than Ahmad Fazrul Sham and Shafiq Rasool from Aeon Credit, JQK Zinnage's Cardinals. We knew them as Cardinals last season, but due to their achievements, they have garnered a whole load of new sponsors, including title sponsor Aeon Credit. So new colours for them. There you can see the number 11 and the number 22, Shafiq Rasool, in the new Cardinals colours coming through your screen right now. And just behind them, Ahmed Darwizi for UZ Team Asia. They're completing their first flying lap now. Sorry, that was their second flying lap. We are already down to 3.5 minutes remaining in this session. And currently at the top of the timing screen after those two flying laps is April King Moscado, another big name who didn't make it through to Q2. He had a disastrous day yesterday in the first session. He broke down early on, and in the second session he had a crash. So rotten day yesterday for April King Moscado, trying to make it up right now. April King running number 95 this year. You can just see his third in your picture there. Just dropping back a little bit. There he is, number 95, April King Moscado, looking for much better things this morning. Looking for some room on the track for himself. But Shafiq Rasool at the front of this group here. Number 77, another big name who didn't make it through to Q2. That's Aditya Fauzi for JPNW SND Factory Racing. But at the moment, provisionally going through to qualifying 2 is April King and Shafiq Rasool. Ahmad Fazrul Sham knocking on the door, just a few, well, just 0.02 of a second short of Shafiq Rasool, his teammate. Kiki Suderman also was one of the surprising riders not to go through. Hand up there from Aditya Fauzi. I think he wants to let people past. Team One for All's Akshal, currently 4th with 2:37. But in these cool conditions early in the morning, the time should come down quickly. They're coming down the back straight now. They'll complete another lap after they round turn 15. First rider in is Shafiq Rasool, the number 22. Ahmed Fazrul Sham not far behind him. Using most of the rumble strip there, Shafiq. And as they cross the line this time, no change in the order this time. 2:35.969 is the best time still with April King. Shafiq Rasool still second and Fazrul Sham still third. So this will be the deciding lap that they're starting now. Aditya Fauzi not having a good outing so far. He's the number 77 if we can pick him out somewhere. Just Daniel Bogues has just come up and joined me. Daniel, we're talking about the rotten day that April King had yesterday.
Yeah, what a change of fortunes for him.
Yeah, it could be that he's got all of his bad luck for the weekend out of the way already. Let's not speak too soon.
What is concerning is Aditya Fauzi. I mean, we saw that he had a technical issue yesterday at the end of practice, so looks like more gremlins for Aditya and JPNW to figure out.
Yeah, as they go on this lap, Fazrul making a bid to break into that top two. Aditya Fauzi, the number 77, is just at the front of this group now. Aditya 34.9, 33, just looking at the sector times. Aditya Fauzi having a push, might not be enough. 95 is the new number this year for April King.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on with Aditya, because he was starting off strong in practice one, and then now looking at the top speed as well, he's not lacking much. It's not enough to make a 3-second deficit, so something's gone really wrong for Aditya and JPNW. Even Gigi Suraman is 2 seconds off pace.
Yeah, that's surprising too. So all not starting too well for JPNW SND. Aditya getting to the front of that group.
Interestingly enough, Aditya has led this all the way from the back straight, so no one's taking the slipstream advantage. Aditya does go up.
Yeah.
Shafiq Rasool has gone into second.
Yeah, so Shafiq maintains that P2. Nobody else threatening, so it will be April King, who's made up for his really waste of a day yesterday. Not due to any fault of his own, but he will go through to qualifying 2. Two. And in qualifying 2, we'll be looking for the fastest 10 who will go through to Super Pole later in the morning. So stay with us as you just look down towards turn 15 here at Sepang International Circuit, and we'll be back with you for Underbone qualifying 2 very shortly. Welcome back to qualifying morning here at Sepang International Circuit for round one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2026. We are into the qualifying 2 session for the Underbone 150s. April King Moscado and Shafiq Prasol just battled their way through from qualifying 1, and that means that there are 14 riders on track right now. You can see 1 or 2. Just saw Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin rumbling through pit lane to try and find himself some room on track, or perhaps to try and pick up a slipstream. Fastest qualifying time, practice times, I beg your pardon, that we saw yesterday was 2:33.692, virtually perfect conditions. The qualifying lap record was set way back in 2020 by Waiwaji Trilaksana, who is on track now, having been 3rd quickest yesterday on combined times, just behind his teammate for 2026, Dimas Juli Atmoko, who is quickest, and Rendi Oding, who has come in and looking sensational in the Underbone category, Daniel.
Yeah, Rendi, we've heard a lot about him. We've seen him before in TBS, and in his local championships, he's been absolutely excelling. So to have Rendi here with us in the Underbone 150 is great to see. Definitely an Underbone specialist is what I would call Rendi.
Yeah, well, he certainly set the place on fire yesterday, and we're looking forward to seeing what he can do in a race, because racing in ARRC Underbones is something else. It requires a little bit more than just skill, that's for sure.
Yeah, back in TBS, we saw the specks of brilliance, but I think this is the real challenge now. How do you measure your tactics going into the final lap, the last turn? Because all the top riders from this class will say the same thing. Hey, you can do whatever you want, but on the last turn, that's where it matters. Last turn, last lap.
Yeah, it's just like an instinctive thing, isn't it? And the number 143 there, he's got better instincts, or showed he had better instincts than anybody else by far in 2025, just crushing the championship with a 90-point lead. Then the scores were added up in December in Buriram. There he is, the number 143, running together there with Gupita. Once again, his teammate. Gupita picked up a race win as well last year to add to the whole hatful scored by Husni. So number 70 is Shirat, number 23 is Gupita. There is Shirat, the number 70. Shirat, one of the riders coming in for LFN into that group.
Yeah, it's not new to the championship, but with LFN, it's a different outfit. It's going to give him a bit of pressure, I think. It's a team that's well proven.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal team. They brought so much to the paddock in the few seasons. I can't remember, maybe this is their 3rd or 4th season, perhaps.
Yeah, probably.
In Asia Road Racing Championship. They made a huge impact in this class. They're making an impact in 250s as well. Last year with Murabil Vitoni.
It's not easy to come into these competitive classes and be so quick to adapt, just in the sense of setting up the bike as well. But they've done it exceptionally well.
Yeah, and you know whenever a rider jumps onto an LFN bike, that's going to be a good rider. They're all competitive.
And the Zir LFN team was champion of Husni. They're also part of the LFN, under the LFN umbrella. Really powerhouses in Indonesia, LFN.
Yeah, Indonesia really does seem to have a grip there. And having said that, there's a Malaysian who's got other ideas. Sharul Shazras, the number 61, quickest Honda yesterday. And he's going to be looking for good results, as he always does. But here at Sepang, he can often expect him to do something spectacular.
I do like the livery on the UZ Asia team. It's reminiscent of the Ducati Corsa colors, but it really works well in the Honda RSX.
Yeah, it does look good. He's running there with April King and Shiratsaki. Lots of new colours in this most kaleidoscopic of categories, the Underbone 150s. One of the nicest looking bikes out there, we'll pick him out in a minute, is Silmi Helsinki on the Team One for All. Their livery's being adapted and, in my opinion, upgraded for 2026. Just at the back of that group, yeah.
I think this is one of the best years for liveries across all categories. I think a lot of teams have really stepped up their game.
Yeah, lots of changes to get to grips with.
Nazarul Izat climbed to second, but not close enough. Husni right now is holding on. I don't think anyone's going to contest Husni Zanofalzi, the reigning champion at the top. It looks like Husni has run away with this.
Yeah.
Oh no, finally Rigani has come across with a 2:33.981.
Yeah, I just noticed him at the back of that group as the checkered flag came out, and
Shauki as well, so it's a 1 and 2 for LFN in qualifying.
Yeah, really good work. They bumped the 2025 champion down to third, and the 2023 champion is fourth, Nazarul Izat. He's having a good weekend. Dimas Julie, who was quickest yesterday, is fifth. April King, sixth. So April King doing a really good job. There he is to the left of your screen, the number 95. 117 is Fadley. Well done to him. So look at these times now. 2:33.981 was Fadley's time. Then it was teammate Shiratsaki for Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team. He did a 2:34.612. Then it was defending champion Husni Zainal Fauzi for Zia LFN. And then it was Nazarul Izat for Uma Racing Yamaha. Then Dimas Julie for HDS Youngstar Kawahara Racetech 60. April King Moscado for Racetech Yamaha Philippines was 6th. Charles Shazras 7th, 8th. John Emerson in Gito for 4S1M Evo. Of qualifying for ASB 1000. But for now, we're just going to take a very short break, and then we're going to come back with a similar format for the TVS Racing International Championship. We'll have qualifying 1A. But before we do that, we're just going to have a recap of that brief but hectic qualifying session for Underbone 150s. So, out early on were the LFN riders, Shiratsaki, number 70, and Fadli Regani, number 117, led just at these late stages by Husni Zainal Fauzi, the defending champion. He looked strong all the way through yesterday. Fastest Honda once again, Charles Chazras, the number 61. Performing really strongly all the way through that 10-minute session. And Suomi Helsinki just towards the back of that group. Also performing well. There's the Honda amongst the Yamahas. Charles Chazras going on the inside of April King Moscado, who's come through from qualifying 1 this morning and made up for a really unlucky day yesterday, which saw him get very little track time. But it was the 117, Fadli Regani, who put himself on provisional pole and will be the last man out in Super Pole later this morning. We're going to just go down to Daniel now.
All right, Fadli, congratulations on P1 for qualifying. Still Super Bowl to come, and the race. Is the bike ready for the race and Super Bowl coming up?
Buat Super Bowl nanti saya akan melakukan setup di gear sama coba nyet up mesin sedikit lagi.
So it still has a setup to change for Super Bowl instead. So good luck to you, Fadli, and congratulations.
We are live for qualifying at Sepang International Circuit, and on track right now is the first of 2 qualifying sessions for the TVS Racing International Championship. 10 riders on track, and the quickest 2 will be going through to qualifying 1B. This is qualifying 1A, slightly different terminology for TVS. Rider on screen then, number 14 is Tyler King, the young New Zealander, now 15 years, sorry, I think Tyler King is 15 years old, debuting in this championship this year, joining his compatriot Nixon Frost. Number 5 on your screen there is Leandro Paredes, second season for the Filipino rider in the TVS Racing International Championship. And also on track, there's 2 riders you would certainly have expected to be waiting for qualifying 1B. One of them is Sartak Chavan, and the other one is Oratilwi Piri. Sartak had a quiet day yesterday, and Oratilwi had a crash in the second session at turn 14, the high side. Got a bit of a shoulder injury, some really nasty scrapes on his shoulder, but will be back out and battling in this session. We just stay there with Tyler King. Tyler's best time yesterday was a 2:24. You're really looking at 2:22s to be competitive. Although in this brief session, 10-minute session, half of which has already been completed, it's a big ask to get down into the 2:22s. That's Tyler King, with Leandro behind him. And the number 12 there is Fadil Al-Ghassani. And riding with the number 8 is Kewat Ahmed. We've seen him in every year at some stage in the TVS Racing International Championship. And here he is again, beginning 2026 at Sepang. Number 10 is Oratilwi, the young South African, 600cc champion from South Africa, and shown flashes of real speed when we first saw him in Buriram at the end of 2025. But he doesn't always stay upright on the TVS machines. We're hoping and expecting that that's going to improve a lot. He just gets done on the inside there by Fadil, sorry. So number 10 is the South African. That shoulder's going to be sore, but hopefully adrenaline and some painkillers, magic lotion, is going to make things a little bit more comfortable for the South African. We've got 11 nationalities in the TVS Racing International Championship this year.
I'd say Oratilwi's really soldiering on. It's actually this part of his, like the bottom part of the elbow that's scuffed up, so you can imagine that the leather's rubbing, folding on that. It's an uncomfortable feeling, but what a soldier the young boy is.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sartak, who had a really quiet day yesterday, is sitting on top of the timing screens here, as you would expect. His compatriot, Rakshit Chihari Dave, currently second, so those two provisionally going to go through. Sartak seems to have sealed it because he's almost 1.2 seconds clear at the top, doing a time much closer to what you'd expect.
And he's going even further now. Sector 1, 2 and 3, the best sectors of this session, and without any slipstream. He's done this on his own. He's on course to do a much lower 223 at least. And that's a good shot there. You can see clearly that new fairing from the TBS. It looks much more streamlined and it looks slimmer, although the dimensions width-wise are quite similar, but it just appears slimmer this way.
Yeah, Sartak.
Oh, it wasn't just a 23, it's a 22.7 from Sartak.
Right, so that's a genuinely competitive, that's a good race pace. So yeah, he can just take a look behind and admire his work. I think that has guaranteed him a pass through to qualifying 1B. Ragshift 2 is looking good there. So he's done what he needed to do in this session. As has the number 7, Rakshi. So the 2 Indian riders through, still out there doing some work. Is the number 9 of John Lopez, the Colombian rider. Best time so far for John, 2:25. Nice to see the icon there showing the Colombian colours. Really good to see in this championship. It's getting more and more international. I have to say that TVS is really pulling in riders from literally all over the world.
That's fantastic. It's a pleasure to have TVS with us for the past few seasons. We're seeing so many different countries and nations joining us, and the talents from around the world. Love to see it. I mean, as you mentioned earlier, 11 nationalities in the TBS Championship.
Yeah, 16, a field of 16. That's quite something. And the 2 Indian riders in the championship, sorry, 2 of the 3, will be in qualifying 1B in our next session. Fadil Al-Ghassani. He goes through and picks himself up to 3rd, so he's the first rider to miss out on qualifying 1B. That's a nice shot of the checkered flag. Gentle breeze here at Sepang. But it was mission accomplished for Sartak. The top 10 starting positions for this afternoon. So we will see you in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. It's time for the second qualifying session for the TVS Racing International Championship. You're just looking at the rider sporting the #1 plate for 2026, Ramdan Rosli, who had a very solid day yesterday. The Malaysian looking confident, not quite at the top of the timing screens, but you know how good his race form is. So he makes his way out first for this 10-minute session, which will determine the top 10 qualifying positions for this afternoon's race 1 and of course tomorrow's race 2. Conditions here at Sepang, Daniel, who spent more time outside this morning than I have, but they look pretty near perfect. We did have some scary forecasts yesterday.
Yeah, I would say perfect with an asterisk. It is really hot, and for the past few weeks the air temperatures around Sepang have gone up to 35-36 degrees Celsius. If the day continues like this, we will see some properly hot weather, and the track temps will be blazingly hot. So I think the concern then will be tire wear and just rider fatigue overall. But yeah, other than that, the track is dry, which is another rare instance in Sepang. So it's good to see.
Yeah, I mean, even 2 hours ago when I was last outside, the humidity really hit me. Yeah, so that does make it feel hot.
There's not really a breeze either so far this morning, so the riders will feel it.
Yeah, so #2 there is Sartak. He, along with the #7 rider there, Rakshith, they, fair to say, sailed through qualifying 1A to join the battle for grid positions for this afternoon. The 2 Indian riders. And #4, who I thought performed really well yesterday, Haziq Farouz. We did see him on the TVS during 2025, but he looks much more like a contender this year. That's my view just from seeing practice yesterday.
Yeah, Haziq is a talent, and I remember having a chat with him on his first weekend in the TVS Championship. That was at the Sepang round for 2025. And he was telling me he just found it very difficult, very different from anything that he's ridden, because he just couldn't find where the limit was. Man, that's just the nature of a prototype style bike. It just allows you to push further than you think you can normally push a bike. So I think Haziq has figured it out by now, and yeah, we're starting to see some really good lap times.
Yeah, which sounds like the characteristics of more like a kind of prototype race bike than a production bike where you can feel the limits, right?
Yeah, exactly that. And it's a true credit to TVS for building the bike that way, because it is the quote-unquote next logical step after riding production bikes, to get used to this kind of chassis and make your way up. And yeah, it's such a great platform.
Yeah, some exciting new riders into this championship now from Malaysia. Nakib Rifki, he was really strong yesterday, as was the Portuguese rider Pedrinho Matos. Luis Miguel, we know, was really fast. We should mention that not on track in this session is Boropong Malahuan, who was actually the quickest rider yesterday, but he's not competing in the championship. He is leading the project, but he's not a competitor now. But he really set a good standard yesterday for everyone else. And it was Luis Miguel from the competitors who was the fastest rider yesterday. His best time 2:22.5. The qualifying lap record was left to us by none other than Hiroki Ono. That was a 2:20.7. So that's quite a pace, and given how conditions vary at Sepang, it's difficult to really have a like-for-like comparison of conditions from one race to the next, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly that. And I think it's also due to last season, if you remember at the start, we saw some technical issues happening for the bikes. I think they have limited the engine slightly just to ensure reliability. So they worked with A-Racer after those incidences. And yeah, we can see that reliability is not an issue with these bikes at all. So whatever they've done, it's worked. The bikes are still lapping similar times, just that Hiroki Ono runaway lap.
Yeah, that's an important point. It levels out the performance of the bikes, and of course, more importantly, improves safety.
Yeah, exactly that. There's Nakabivki, another newcomer to this class. Nakabi racing in the Moto4 Asia Cup this season. He was racing in the Honda Talent Cup last season. So good to see Nakabivki getting more experience on these prototype style bikes. This time here in the Asia Road Racing Championship with TVS.
Yeah, Luis Miguel sporting the number 3 there. He's second so far. That's a pretty decent time by Ramdan Rosny at the top of the timing screen there.
Pedrinho Matos just set the first sector.
And second, yeah.
I think it's bound for a big improvement on this lap, but right now Pedrinho looks like he's going to contest for pole position.
Yeah, we commented yesterday, looking at the practice, how quickly Pedrinho adjusted himself to the bike and learned the circuit. It's impressive from the young Portuguese rider. It's Ramdan taking a look around.
Ramdan has to get a boogie on. He needs to push on this coming lap, because as of right now, Pedrinho is about to run away with it.
Yeah, we know Ramdan's got good race form, but I agree with you. I think he should push on and try and take pole position.
Luis Miguel is on average right now across his lap sectors. He's about to go faster than Pedrinho actually, because he's only just slightly slower through sector 1 and 2, but he's much faster through sector 3 than Pedrinho.
Yeah, so Ramdan is maybe going to have to fight for front row position as it stands.
Oh, Pedrinho does go to the top. 21.396 from Pedrinho Matos. Luis Miguel goes second with a 21.5.
So we're very deep into the 221s with Pedrinho. And Luis Miguel continuing that really good form we saw yesterday. Provisionally second quickest. And that pushes Ramdan to the edge of the front row. Zig Farouz is next best. There is Luis Miguel, the number 3. He's running with Pedrinho, the number 11. Very good on-track comparison. These two provisionally first and second on the grid. Pedrinho behind Luis on track. Number 3 leads number 11. And then the number 1 coming through there is Ramdan, who's not making a bid to push himself further up the order. And Pedrinho's going faster on this lap, and so is Luis Miguel. So these two really pushing themselves on. This does indicate that Ramdan's going to have his hands full this afternoon, if he is going to take this race 1. And further down, 1.3 seconds adrift of Pedrinho, is Sartak Chavan, who would have started as one of the favourites for the title this year. So the established riders Ramdan and Sartak have really got their hands full with these two Iberian riders, if I can call them that, the Spaniard and the Portuguese. And then Not so far behind is Haziq Farouz, provisionally leading the second row. But the first two, yeah, they reduce their times further. They're both deep in the 221s. So Pedrinho, 221.018, almost into the 220s. That's a phenomenal performance. First time on the bike, first time at Sepang. Pedrinho Matos is a talent for sure. Luis Miguel, he's been here before. He's won here before at Sepang. He's going to start second. To come up. There it is coming out. Number 2 there is Sartak Chavan, who came through from qualifying 1A, which was a surprise after a lackluster day yesterday for the much fancied Indian rider. Luis Miguel is the number 3 and the number 1. He finished second in the championship behind Hiroki Ono last year. Is Ramdan Rosley. He had a solid day's practice yesterday. And you could say a solid qualifying session, but he was very much eclipsed by the 2 riders from the Iberian Peninsula, the Spaniard Luis Miguel and the Portuguese Pedrinho Matos. His time that was already a provisional pole to 221.018 and chased all the way by Luis Miguel. So those 2 lead the grid, and joining them on the front row will be Ramdan Rosley. We should have an interview coming up shortly with Pedrinho. And after that, we will take a short break. And we're going to Daniel, who is with Pedrinho Matos.
All right, Pedrinho, what a start to your TBS campaign. Immediately onto pole position. You must have had some time to adapt throughout the practice sessions, but tell us, how's qualifying? What did you find?
I feel pretty good. It's my first time here, and I feel very fast. And yeah, for the race 1, I go with everything, and yeah, I try to win. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
We are at Sepang International Circuit for round one of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship 2026. It's Saturday morning, and that means it's qualifying all the way through. We've had 2 split qualifying sessions so far for the Underbone 150s and the TVS Racing International Championship. Now we have a straight 30-minute qualifying session for the Asia Production 250s. And lots of new faces in this championship, and some old ones too, some old returning ones, which we'll come to as they appear on screen. Just looking here, let's pick out the number 44 and the number 22. The number 44, Rishi Takahira, who didn't make it yesterday. He was on duty elsewhere, but he is back now. So good to see Reach, who very nearly scored podium positions last year. Didn't quite pull it off. And the number 22, we're used to seeing in the Supersport 600s, is Sharjun Tong, who is standing in for the injured Lu Yin, who is the regular rider for this season for Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ. And when we have a look at it, you'll see a really beautiful looking Honda, there it is, of Kailash Rajini, resplendent in the classic Castrol colours. And running along with them is Shoto Yokoyama. Shoto, the single entry for Cardinals Factory Racing, or I should give them the full title, the A on credit, JQK Synergy's Cardinals team. Cardinals team justifiably attracting new sponsors for 2026. And Reach Takahira just allowing Sharjun Tong to go through. This is a really good outing yesterday, and it looks like this morning from Sharjun Tong, who looks very comfortable on 250s after spending 2 or 3 seasons on 600s. But this group, first to get a flying lap in. There is the number 40 of Shunchen Zhang. Zhang running his own team. Again, a new look team for the number 40, Pro Power Antares, MT Kawasaki. The team ran Honda's Yamaha's last year. Now switching to Kawasaki. Number 40 running with the number 55, that's Zhang's teammate, Unai Kalatayud. And they are, let's say, enhancing the soundtrack. The number 99 went very well yesterday, Galang Hendra, in the team that he is leading, Yamaha Baf Yamalub Akai Jaya. That's the number 99. He had a really good day yesterday. And we know his quality, loads of international experience. And the number 57 going through on your screen, definitely worth a mention as well, Daniel Shami. He did a best time yesterday of 2:25.1 and looked strong all the way through. Good pace from the young number 57 for Uma Racing. Panjaruk is the number 12 going through there. He's an exciting young Thai rider. Didn't quite find what he needed yesterday. He was in the middle of the pack. There goes Galang. He's got Unai just snapping at his heels there. in the early stages of this 30-minute session. Galang, the quickest rider so far. 2:24.459. Haven't seen him yet, but Kritapat was quickest yesterday. 2:24.292.
So if anyone's wondering how come we have reached Takahira's name moving after being absent yesterday, he did arrive at Sepang airport 30 minutes ago. And he just got here, put on his suit, and he's got it on.
Yeah, in a strange kind of way, that could help him. He'll be so shot full of adrenaline. And we know how quick he is.
Yeah, exactly.
And just how lively he is.
Yeah, it's amazing. He took a flight last night. They apparently had to reschedule his flight 3 times because it kept on getting cancelled.
Right. So, Reach once again running for a Chinese team this year. He was with Antares last year on the Yamaha. On a Yamaha once again for Tianyu. This time partnering Xiaojun Tong, as Lu Yin is injured and out for this round, but she's on the list as the regular rider for 2026. And I mentioned returning rider to this series. There he is, the Reza Danica RNs. 2 championships in this category under his belt from several years ago. After a stint in 600s, he's decided that the place to be is in 250s. And looked pretty strong yesterday as he gets used to riding these smaller engine machines once again. Xiaojun Tong doing another good job these early stages, sitting 7th, getting his head down, and the wheel tracks of Reza Danica. And Viet Tuan, the number 84 behind him, he had a really good day yesterday as well. Vietnamese riders starting to show really strongly. We saw them trending up at the end of 2025. And Viet Tuan did a best time of 2:25.7 yesterday, and always seemed to be among the quickest riders. His fellow countryman, Hu Tri, who we know well, he's been improving. He's continued the improvements that we saw from him in 2025 through to 2026. But watching here, the old master, if I dare call him that, Reza Danica, being chased there by Xiaojun Tong, who's doing a really good job as a stand-in for Lu Yin. Reza takes a look around, but the best time so far is 2:24.5, and that is with Galang Hendra, the number 99. Another of the more experienced riders, the 84. There's a good shot there of Viet Tuan. Hu Tri, number 18. The other Vietnamese rider in this category. So both those Vietnamese riders looking competitive. Will certainly be strong if there's a second group in the race this afternoon. This is a huge field, Daniel, 30 riders now that Reach has made it.
Yeah, we were looking at it yesterday, and it's, usually in the AP250s we see at least about 25, 24 riders, but 30 riders for the entirety of the season. That's something. It's going to be a huge group. I mean, usually we'd see about 15 riders in the front group, but now we genuinely have so many fast talents and strong teams in the AP250 class. I wouldn't be surprised if we see close to an Underbone style 20 rider pack at the front.
Yeah, this is a good early run from the Vietnamese riders and from Xiaojun Tong. Chao Jin-tong just dropping off a little bit to P10, but nevertheless, that is a really good performance. For his first time in the class, he comes alongside Viet Tuan. Kutri is behind him, and at the back of that group, which seems a strange thing to say, is Reza Danica Arendt, the number 1, 2, 3. Currently 4th quickest, the former champion.
Honestly, the Vietnamese riders have really found something. I still remember the days when we started seeing Cal Vietnam contest in the top 10 and then slowly contest for the victories. Now they have 2 riders from Vietnam fighting for top positions in qualifying.
That's right, and if Chao Vietnam himself was here, there would be 3 for sure.
Indeed.
Because he did establish himself as a front runner in this category. And it's quite missed, actually, in this championship. Very likely he's watching, so we miss you.
Yeah, Kao, if you can find a seat, do join us again. We love your presence around here in the ARC.
Yeah, the other thing that they found is a rider coach in the shape of Hiroki Ono. As we were saying yesterday, just having him in the garage is probably worth half a second.
Yeah. No, it's great to see that Honda Racing Vietnam is getting the budget to expand and invest in the development. So far, it's paying off well.
Yeah, this is really good. And talking about really good, there is the rookie, class rookie, number 222, Fahmi Bassam. He was the 2020. Oh, and down
That's
goes.
Carlson. Ooh. Carlson's down at the end of turn 11.
Oh.
Yeah, that's a fast place to crash. It's about 130 coming out of, sorry, close to 110 to 120 coming out of turn 11.
Yeah. So yeah, as he crashed, like
The high side.
Yeah.
So he's got that external airbag as well that was deployed. Young Carlson, Solis. So hopefully Carlson's okay. His first foray into the AP 250 class. For now, there is a rider who made headlines yesterday. Fahmi Bassam, the number 222.
Yeah, he was really impressive coming in for LFN, and yeah, I was just saying actually before that crash, he's
Red flag.
Oh yeah, it is a red flag. So there must be some debris on the circuit there. So red flag for this session. So some riders that we haven't yet seen just going through on your screen there. That's the Cardinals machine. Sorry, the Aeon Credit JQK Zynergies Cardinals machine. So there's the number 25 bike that we saw crash earlier on. That's off the track. Hopefully the rider is okay. We did see the airbags deploy. So red flag comes out. That means everybody has to come back in a steady fashion to pit lane. So that interruption came just at the halfway point in the session, 14 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. So when they do come back out, it will be serious qualifying time.
Yeah, this is usually by the time when they come back in, make a few adjustments and head out for the last 8 minutes or so. So I think that's going to happen as soon as the red flag changes to green.
I just saw the number 12 there, Panjaro World Chat. Oh, that's a
Right.
welcome sight. So that is Carlson
Yeah,
walking
he looks a
off.
bit hurt with that right hand there. So Hopefully nothing serious for the young Filipino talent. I think he showed some good promise this weekend. So we'll update whenever we get updated.
Yeah, he was holding that right arm, but the glove was off, and I think if you had an injury, the glove would probably still be on. I would.
Yeah, so for now a red flag as everyone comes in. I think it depends on the extent of what's happening on track. Is it that there was a lot of oil, or were they just making sure that Carlson was okay to move? Fingers crossed both Carlson is not badly hurt and that the track doesn't have much oil in it. And it'll be a very short stop.
Yeah, we'll be no doubt updated. So I think that's pretty much everybody back into pit lane now.
Yeah, pit exit will open in just about 5 minutes.
Yeah, so that's just enough time to check and double check that everything's in order on the track surface. And time for these riders to just assess what they've learned from the first half of that session and what's going to help them get up the grid order. Rish Takahiro did make quite a quick start there. Managed to bang in a 2:26.8, which is 13th quickest.
Yeah, Reach likes Sepang, and I think his talent is good enough to get him into that group. It's just whether or not they can find the right setup. Of course, it's familiar faces in that garage, so I think Reach will have his base setup already to work with. Although, of course, the tires change every year slightly, so they'll have to make some further adjustments.
Yeah. Still sitting at the top. He put in that 2:24.459 very early on his first or second flying lap. Galang Hendra, the number 99, with his own team, Yamaha BAF Yamalube. So he continued a good performance from yesterday, and the second quickest at the halfway stage was Viet Tuan. Third quickest was his compatriot, Hugh Tree. So that's a screenshot worth taking for Vietnamese fans. And shout out to you guys. There must be a few of you watching this qualifying session. Any more surprises on the list there? Fahmi Bassam hasn't put a good lap in yet.
Now there's Pirapong or Gary Salim or Kritapat. Those are three riders we do expect at the top, and they have only 14 minutes left to make an impression.
So this red flag, unfortunate though it is, should help them.
Yeah, I think this has bought them some valuable time to make whatever adjustments that they need to make. It's going to be a rush at the end now. Everyone's going to be battling for that fastest lap. I'm expecting to see a big surprise coming from Unai and Aiki. Again, they are paired together on the list. Unai in 6th, Aiki in 7th.
Yeah, I was talking to a member of the SDG team earlier and just mentioned this rivalry. And there it is right there, in the same order that we saw it yesterday. But yeah, Unai on the Kawasaki for Pro Power Antares, doing a really good job. Aiki Yoshi enjoying his early time with SDG on that Honda, which is a totally different bike to ride from the Kawasaki, which is a lot heavier.
Yeah, Sha Juntong did a really good job so far. 226.3. I think he likes this 250 class. He's doing decently well.
Yeah, he did look really comfortable running earlier as he was with the Vietnamese riders and with Razor. Yeah, the the two Thai riders, Tiranai and Panjaruk. They're due to show some improvements as well. We know their quality from the Thai and Asia Talent Cups.
Yeah, Panjaruk has some growing to do in this AB 250 class, and I mean that literally. He's only about 13 or 14 now, but he's a bright talent for Thailand. I think they do have a long project in mind with riders like Panjaruk.
Yeah, we do see that from Honda Racing Thailand. They do take long views with riders. The two riders they've got in the 600 category being case in point. Very young and sticking with them, helping their development.
So green flag waved. Qualifying will resume. And for now, no one is hurrying to get out yet. Everyone's just waiting for the first person to strike, and it looks like a Kawasaki might be the first.
Yeah, that's Zhang actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he's not shy about getting out first.
Yeah, he's full of it.
Yeah.
Shin Zhang. He's afraid of nothing, and yeah. Impossible is nothing is probably his motto. But yeah, he was slightly offended at being referred to as the youngest team owner in the paddock because he thinks of himself as a racer. But he's done a lot for this championship since he's been in. He brought Reach Takahira into his team last year, which gave us all kinds of entertainment.
Yeah, he's the first Chinese rider as well to qualify into the World Supersport 300 Championship. So yeah, he's got quite a few things that he's contributed in this motorsports industry.
Yeah, and out of all the ARRC stars, he would be one of the very best to follow on Instagram.
Oh yeah.
They've got some fantastic content.
That's awesome, yeah.
So if you're not following the Antares team, then that's an absolute recommendation.
You will not regret it. So for now, we do have some bikes heading out, and not many. Everyone's still waiting for the faster riders to go out. I think, again, it's just a game of cat and mouse. They're going to wait for the Astro Hondas, the Yamaha Racing Indonesias. And of course, Kritapar, who's been in amazing form.
Yeah, has yet to do anything. And there is Reach Takahira, number 44. Going out for Tianyu Asia.
Yeah, a few more heading out now. Shajin Tong's coming out as well with Reach.
Yeah, you can see how enthusiastic some of those riders are. Reach, for obvious reasons, he's just got off the plane. But Shajin Tong is just having a good time.
Shota Yokoyama as well came out. Kavilesh. Leonang's Chris Villanueva, who also needs to find some improvements. A lot of the factory teams still staying in there though.
Yeah.
Tayo Saito, you can see Tayo Saito at the left of the screen. He's just looking behind, he's waiting. His bike has started, he's revving it up. He's just waiting for the first person to go out. It's all mind games now.
It is, yeah. Towards the right of the screen you can see the two green Kawasaki's. Riders on board.
Kalanghendra sat on the bike waiting for the right moment. Then Ashami as well, he's just on the bike.
Yeah, it's easier to see that Kawasaki, but I can see Zhang's tyre warmers are about to be taken off.
Yeah, Tayo is going to be in a bit of an issue right now. His tyre warmers have been off because he thought everyone was going out already, but he's just sitting there while the tyres are cooling down. So where everyone's going to be able to push out and get on with business, he's going to need to get some heat into those Dunlops. And cold tyres are not anything fun to push on.
Definitely not. It's such an important part of preparing to race and timing how long you keep them on, basically as long as you possibly can. Okay, somebody being wheeled the wrong way there.
Yeah, it's a Team Tataras Aprilia.
Okay, so there's a break, and you can see, I think one of those riders is Kritapat coming out.
Yeah, everyone's coming out now.
Twan 84 is coming out.
Yeah, everyone's come out on the first half of the grid. People are coming out, and yeah, now the bottom half comes out as well.
There we go. So it's on.
Oh,
Gonna do.
this is a huge group now.
This is going to be an enormous group. Most of the field of 30 are exiting the pit lane together.
That's what you get when you just wait for the next person.
So that's it. We've got 9.5 minutes remaining. So strap in and enjoy what is about to unfold here at Sepang. The AP 250s, they always provide fantastic entertainment. And that's about to be delivered once again.
See, I like hypotheticals, so let's just say that the battle gets a bit too dicey with this group this large. The potential that we have right now is a top 3 front row: Galang Hendra, Nguyen Viet Tuan, and Nguyen Hu Tri. What a front row that would be.
It certainly would. With the likes of the riders who've yet to show. There's the rider at the top there, the number 99, Galang Hendra. You wouldn't bet against him staying there.
Yeah, I think you can see the Galang's team, they're running newer bikes, a new fairing. Kablesh is off. Yeah, I think Kablesh wants to quickly get that bike wheeled back, but there's just not enough time, I think.
Yeah, that's a shame. But you can see how beautifully turned out that bike is. It just, that Castrol livery just looks so good, and it has done forever.
It's so classy.
Going back to the 90s or whatever.
So this is what happened to Kablesh. That was at turn 3.
Yeah.
Oh, so okay, he didn't fall off. I think it was just a technical issue for the bike. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's a shame.
Yeah, Galang Hendra looks like new bike. The team's in their 2nd season. He's a former World Championship podium and race winner.
Yeah, here we all are. Yeah, most of them are on screen. Fahmi Bassam, of course, the number 222 at the bottom of your screen there. He was 2nd quickest yesterday behind Kritapat. Neither of them have shown in this qualifying session as yet. 37, familiar number, unfamiliar colours for Aiki Iyoshi. There is Galang. Provisional pole sitter. There are just over 7 minutes to the checkered flag.
Yeah, Galang's got a good row of slipstream in front of him, so as long as he doesn't get held up in the turns, he should be on a really hot lap again. Rich Takahira, he also had a good line of slipstream. He was just in front of Galang. He has gone 2nd fastest. He missed 3 practice sessions yesterday. He just arrived in Sepang now about 45 minutes ago, and now he is provisionally on the front row with a 224.9.
Yeah, that's it. He looks like a rider who handles pressure well. You can imagine his feelings as he was waiting for his baggage to come through.
Feet tapping.
Yeah, and then getting through, hoping customs doesn't stop him. What have you got in that enormous bag, Sonny? But there he is, exploding into this round 1 qualifying session.
Both Galang and Rich are on improvements on this lap. Both of them have a good line of slipstream. They might run away at the front, but Fadil.
Yeah.
Oh, and Chandra actually as well with a good sector time for both. But look at Rich.
Daniel Shami. Yeah, this is all, it's all going off now, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
So, yeah.
Yeah,
I haven't shouted down Daniel Shami yet, but he was a rider that really impressed me yesterday all the way through. Good pace, great young talent. There is Rish Takahira. He's a rider, something is always happening.
Yeah.
Rish Takahira is on track.
It's exciting stuff. A lot of fast laps coming in. Fadil Mushabi has just set the fastest sector 3. Fadil is on course to go to the top. There's Mushabi there, he's in the sandwich. That's Fadil now, number 571. He had good memories of Sepang last season. They finally found the rhythm Will they start 2026 with the right rhythm again? Here comes Fadil with some great slipstream behind Gary Salim. Fadil goes top, 223.7. Galang maintains, well, he did maintain second, now he's third. Chandra is second.
Yeah, Reza Danica, he's remained fourth somehow. Oh, no, he hasn't. He's now fifth. But, yeah, Galang back up to P3. Daniel Sharmi is now provisional middle of the front row. Kritapat shot up to second. He's been bumped down to sixth. Reach now seventh for Tian Yu after that helter-skelter lap. Fahmi Bassam, rider that we need to look out for, is currently sitting in P9, having come there from nowhere.
Aiki Yoshi, with all that happening, has been relegated all the way down to 18th. And on this lap, Chandra has gone faster in Sector 1. Reza improving as well. It's good, decent Sector 1s from Fadil and Galang. Daniel Shami not improving much.
Yeah, literally anything can happen there. Panjaric goes very wide onto the green. The number 45 there is Badley, who had a crash yesterday, which brought out the red flag in the practice session. Yeah, Chandra on a good lap. Also Galang improving through Sector 2. There goes Daniel Sharmi, provisionally second. And Aiki Yoshi improving. And he needs to. There goes Badley, the number 45. Number 100 is Tayo Saito.
There's Unai making his way through. He's got a good group with him, so Unai will be looking to find a better qualifying position.
Yeah.
He goes up into 10th for now. It will be the final lap for this group, I think.
Yeah, Unai's running there with Chandra, who's really quick. Pirapong, who's taking a look up inside Chandra. 14 one for all. One of the Yamahas there went very wide. Chandra stays on track.
You can see the difference there between the flips. Unai just needs to work a lot more harder to get the bike turned, whereas the rest of the bikes like Chandra could just literally throw the bike into turn 2 with no issue.
Yeah, Viet Tuan still up in 12th. And yeah.
Reza's going quicker. Daniel Shami as well. He's improving. Chandra's also in a decent Sector 1. We might see something special right at the end here. Oh, and that is
Aldiaz.
Yes, it's gone off here. It's at turn 4. It's a long way down turn 4. What's happened to Aldiaz here? Is it a brake failure? Yeah, it looks like a brake failure. Yeah, he's grabbing the front. That is a very scary moment.
Yeah, the gravel doing its work there. Right to the edge. Yeah.
So Chandra sets the fastest second sector. Reza continues on with a decent second sector. Daniel Shami, it's an okay second sector, but he's going to need to get a big one out of Sector 3 and 4.
Yeah, Panjaric improving as well. There is Panjaric, the number 12. There is the impressive Uma Racing's Daniel Shami, the number 57. Kritapat currently in 7th. Not improving on this lap. And the checkered flag is about to come out in about 10 seconds.
Reza's on it. Sector 3 is looking good for Reza. He's 4/10, or nearly 4/10 faster than Chandra in Sector 3. Here we go now. Oh, a bit of a moment there for Irfan Haikal.
Yeah.
And Reza does go top. Reza 223.384 for Reza Danica.
And this is the last time around for these riders crossing the line now, so most of the top positions are going to be sewn up.
Rich has gone
Takahira,
fourth.
fresh off the plane, his fourth quickest.
Unbelievable. 224.0 for Reach. But welcome back, Reza Danica, to the AP 250 class, and what a way to start 2026 in his favorite category.
Not a total surprise, but really good to see, and a really nice mix. You've got young guns like Mushavi and Chandra and Rish, Daniel Sharmi on the second row, Galang second row, and yeah, leading the third row there is Unai. That's a really good performance from Kawasaki.
He's not too far behind. I think Unai can do something special in the race.
Yeah, I think one of the highlights there is that Rish's plane taking off again. But there. Lots of positive, negative surprises. So let's go to Daniel, who is with Reza Danica.
Reza, welcome back to the 250 class and welcome back to pole position. What a way to start 2026. Tell us, how was it finding the setup back onto the 250s?
Yeah, good position for the race today and tomorrow. Yeah, yesterday a little bit struggle with the situation, but this morning we try something different. Then finally we back to top performance. I will try for race 1 and race 2. for the best for me, also my team. Yeah, let's see.
Thank you so much, Reza. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, that was a qualifying session who was already looking like he found a little bit more pace than he had yesterday. The 84 Viet Tuan was impressing as well in this first half of qualifying, meaning before the red flag. There was Fahmi Bassam. That was the crash to young Carlson, the Filipino rider, that split the session. And when the riders finally came out, there was just about 8 minutes remaining. Avilish, unfortunately, having a mechanical problem to take him out. But as this huge group began to sort itself out, it was Fadil who set the fastest sector times in sectors 2 and 3, and then jumped to the top, but it wasn't over yet. Scary moment there for Aldiaz Axel, had a brake failure. And there's the number 44, the very naughty boy, Rish Takahira. He arrived late, but would finish in P4 in this qualifying session. But it was Reza Danica, number 1, 2, 3, converting his position to number 1. We're going to take a break for just a few minutes, and when we come back, it will be for a 30-minute qualifying session with the Supersport 600. So stay with us. We will see you very soon. We're on track for Supersport 600 qualifying here at Sepang International Circuit, deep into the qualifying Saturday morning that we always have in the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is round 1 and we are making an explosive start. We've already had qualifying for Underbones, TVS and 250s, and now we're on track with the Supersport 600s. Notable yesterday was just how fast Kazmayuddin was on the Hongleong Yamaha. The champion from last year showed a really good turn of speed. He did just enough to show fast times in sessions 1 and 2, and then he did a little bit more work on his pace in the third free practice session yesterday. So he looks like the form rider in this category as things stand. And also impressing was a resurgent Karolidin Paui. There he is, the number 98, running that number for this year.
I must say I'm a bit surprised that we don't see more green going on, especially with the clouds looming above us. Oh, there goes Helmi Asman. And his problems for round 1 continue. This is not good. In qualifying, that's a turn 15. This is bad news for Helmi and Honda Idemitsu Malaysia. Kazma went wide.
Oh, Kazma went really
Helmi,
wide there.
Oh, you could just see the front there. He just couldn't get it turned in at all.
And that was what we saw with him yesterday. He was struggling to get that bike turned. His times were pretty good yesterday, but he was visibly having to work much harder to achieve them. And there he is, right at the start of the session, he's out. And as Daniel was about to say, before we saw Helmi go down, surprised that we haven't seen more green flashes on the rear tyres as the clouds are gathering here at Sepang. And if it rains, then you want those qualifiers on before it rains. Okay, there is the number 18, Kitsada. He's got some work to do, together with his teammate, the number 31, Tana Longpliao. There he is, just going through the top of your screen was Tana. Kitsada getting quite crossed up going into turn 15. But just in front of them, Herjan Atner, he looked good all the way through yesterday, ended up 3rd on combined times. And when I ran into him late in the afternoon yesterday, he was feeling really good about his form and about the bike and about his prospects for qualifying and the race today.
Yeah, 2:11.0 for him there. That's looking really good for Herjan.
Yeah, just getting out of the way of those two Thai Hondas.
I will say this cloud approaching across turn 14 and turn 1 and the back straight right now is looking a bit threatening. I wonder at what point do these riders start to panic and quickly come in for tires. We have Helmi Asman, who's just made it back after his crash.
Yeah, assuming that he does manage to get out, and I think he will. He could very well put a qualifying tyre on.
I guess it also depends whether he's confident that he can ride that bike now, because it's just not going the way he wants. Kazma has a green number. Kazma has a green 27. Yeah. That's a first. We have never seen that. But Kazma comes across again with a mid 210, 210.6. Effortless for Kazma Daniel.
Yeah, a lot of work going on there in the Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia pit. There's a scuffed up looking Helmi. Scuffed up looking Honda too. He looks keen to get back on despite the issues he's been having with that bike. He desperately wants to make a good start to his 2026 campaign.
As of now, Helmi hasn't even completed a lap, so he is really at a disadvantage in qualifying so far. Anubak comes across with a 2:11.5. So that's good enough for 3rd for now. There's Anubak, I think.
Yeah,
he might be coming back in. I think it was just confirmation that the setup was okay.
Yeah, and there is Dimaseki on that really distinctive MS Glow for Men Honda, number 20. He's doing the kind of times we saw yesterday.
Yeah, his fastest was a 2:14, and that was when he was behind the two Honda Thailand boys.
Yeah, he'll be expecting to progress further from that. Kazma's continuing his progress. It's another good lap for him. Anupab looking for improvements. He was 5th quickest yesterday. Anupab, of course, losing the championship on a count back. He was even on points with Kazma Daniel, and that's a quick turnaround for Helmi Asman, who just a few minutes after that crash at turn 14 is back out. Lucky, I guess it was turn 14. 15, sorry.
Yeah, so the most ideal quote-unquote spot to crash at. So Kazma's made a mistake somewhere along that lap, sector 3, yeah, because he was on it. I need to ask him the question of why green now? Because it's not just the front, it's not a mistake or a misprint, it's all three. All three numbers. That was quite the transition as well. It looked almost like the same shot, but that's Anupab now.
Yeah, early stages. Anupab, P4 with a 2:11.572. He needs to give himself more of a chance, but the skies are darkening rapidly here at Sepang, as we know they can.
The worrying sign is that it looks like only one side of the track. Should it rain, it will be just one side for now. So if that happens, you can't really put on the wets. Going on the dry through that part, you'll have to be so cautious.
Yeah, there is Helmi.
Helmi looks like he's a bit concerned. He's not 100% confident. He's just looking down at the bike.
He will be concerned.
Yeah, he's pulling away now. I think he needs to get back to the pit.
Yeah, this outlet will have been a test of does everything feel straight? Is everything working?
It was quite a whack down onto the left side of the bike.
Hergent just moved to the top. 2:10.584 for the young Indonesian.
That's the first time he's gone into the 2:10. So is that Hergent on qualifying tires, or has he just continued on?
No, I don't think he's on qualifiers.
He pulled back from the lap that we saw earlier, but it seems like it would have been too quick since then. Oh, look at Helmi's front. It's just not settled.
Yeah, so keep your eyes on the rear tyres here. If you see a flash of green, that should indicate that the rider with that green tyre will be shaving up to a second off his normal lap time on race tyres. But fastest so far is Hergent Atner with a 2:10.584. Tanat Long Play Out is pulling it out now, so if Tanat comes onto our screen, we are likely to see that he has got a green flash on the rear tyre.
That's impressive.
There with, yeah,
that's his
Hergent's,
best.
yeah, Hergent's going well.
So that's matching the sort of lap time that Kazma Daniel does around here. So looks like he's going to come back into pit lane. I think the qualifying tires will be on very shortly. The weather is actually very ideal for some lap times.
Yeah, there are the two Thai Hondas. It'd be good to have a look at their rear tyres. There is Hergent.
Yeah, so he's going into pit lane. I think the Thai Hondas as well in front of him have gone in. Yep, there we go.
Yeah, so that was a good lap from Tanat then. 2:10.8. By far his best of the weekend. So that's good to see, yeah. Helmi So I was saying at the beginning, he was quite fast yesterday, but he had to work a lot harder than anyone else. I mean, it was a courageous few sessions he did yesterday, because he never looked comfortable.
Yeah, this is not the Helmi that we're used to seeing by any means, and it is getting growingly more concerning. There will be question marks after this run as to what has gone wrong for Helmi Asman and Idemitsu Malaysia.
Yeah, nothing yet from Karol Idemitsu.
Look at that. All the way to the point where he needs to turn in. The front was just chattering away. You do see chatters from the fronts of 600s, but not that deep. That looked like at any moment it was just going to wash away.
Well, hats off to Helmi. He's showing real commitment, real courage in these first stages of round one.
His teammate Kip has just found a decent lap time to 11.3. It's not going to be enough, but he does finally move up into 5th.
Yeah, that's his first serious lap. Just behind Anupab on the timing screen currently. There he is, Karol Idemitsu. He won't be too upset if it rains this afternoon.
Yeah, the master of the wet. Is Zhao Tianhao. Behind him coming through, that's Helmi Asman. Apologies, that is Kip. Number 98, and he's sliding the rear out. That was a beautiful shot of Kip there.
Yeah, he's improving through sector 2.
Yeah. In comes Tanat. So it will be qualifying race.
That's good.
Next start for him.
Tanat's found some good pace. He's into the 210s for the first time this weekend.
Left a few times in the lower 211s, so Tanat finally finding his form that we're almost used to seeing in his couple seasons back from him.
Yeah, and he's really good here at Sepang as well, as a rule.
Yeah, he's got plenty of kilometers under the belt for him around Sepang. So now we have all the top 4 in pit lane. Only Kip is left out in the top 5. Wayu Nugroho, Kitsada, Fadila, RB back in pit lane. So we're going to see some green tires coming on the rear.
That's for sure. The breeze is stiffening, the clouds are darkening. It's got to be green.
Yeah, it's risky to wait any longer. For those, it's not obvious on camera, but there is just a few patches of really dark clouds over Sepang. It's one chunk that's looming over turn 11 until 14 and the back straight. Another one looming over turn 15. And then if you looked over at turn 5 and 6, there is a bit of sunshine. So it's scattered everywhere, but this is Sepang. At any moment, they can start pouring down. And you have a 50-50 track condition, half wet, half dry.
Yeah, it feels like a kind of cloud pincer movement coming in from the east and the west, somehow.
It all collects here for the umbrellas. So, out on track left, it's only Izam, Kyle, Helmi. Kyle is having a bit of a struggle as well in this session, but still decent enough, 212.1. It's just the fact that both Tanat and Herjun have found their personal best for this weekend.
Yeah, Kazma looking very cool, calm and collected in his pit as he waits for his green qualifying rear tyre. In 600s, they get 3 attack laps on the qualifiers, so 5 in total when you include the out lap and the slowing down lap. Back with Helmi. He's currently 9th quickest. And we know he can do so much better in the lower 211s. Kitsadar in the pits. Who's not in the pits? Kip's out. Helmi is still out.
Colin, he's so it looks like Helmi, he's not interested to put on the qualifying rears yet. I think it's just the fact that the bike's not doing what he wants. So I think maybe in his mind, you put, oh no, he is coming to pit now. Yeah, but
he looked like he was going to turn all the way through turn 15 then. So, yeah, he looks like a man in a hurry as he clicks on the pit lane limiter.
Yeah, because my thought would be, if the front is not behaving the way you want, putting on a rear tire that gives you even more, it's a bit concerning.
Yeah, and Helmi has historically often gone quicker on race tires than he has on qualifiers.
Yeah, that happened in Mandalika, but in Sepang so far, there was a season where he just kept on matching the same pace. Then last season, I think Dunlop did a bit of a change, and he did go about on average half a second quicker.
Okay, Kip waits patiently for his qualifying tyres as Helmi debriefs. A chat about chatter there with his crew chief, no doubt.
Yeah, Kip's not going to be too pleased. He knows he can do a mid 210 at least. Now he's stuck with 211.1, sorry, 211.3.
Yeah, the interesting thing from the first stint is just the pace of Hergen, Kazma and Tanat. Anupab's still got some work to do, but we know that he always shows up in the race. So less than 10 minutes to the end of this 30-minute session. Looking further down the order, Izam on a 212.5. Dimaseki still somewhat adrift at 214.9.
Tanat's out. Kasma has also just come out. Kitsada's coming out. So yeah, qualifying rubbers on.
So here come the two Thai riders. Honda Racing Thailand send their young guns out on qualifiers. Everybody has to come out on qualifiers now.
Yeah, that cloud is looking increasingly threatening. Kasma and the Yamaha Honda Thailand boys do have the right idea. Quickly take advantage of the track now.
So the benchmark for pace is with this rider, Hergen Atner Firdaus for Astra Honda. Rookie last season, won in Mandalika. It's a pensive Helmi Asman.
Hergen's going to be full of confidence after that. 2 minute 10.5. So we're going to expect the top three to find 209s with the qualifying rears. We have even seen a higher 208 only once, but we have seen that. But 209 is more or less the average on the qualifying rears for a front row start.
So the riders that are not out yet will be struggling to get their 3 laps in.
Yeah. So Anupap, he comes out there. So the ones who are left is Helmi Asman, Kip, Wahyu Nugroho, Izam Iqbal, Dimas, and Kyle. RB making his way there with the green tire wall, and the Honda Racing Idemitsu Malaysia boys are coming out as well. It looks to me, I didn't see green on Helmi's tire. We're going to get a closer look.
Yeah, let's have another look at that, because we did just say he doesn't always favour the qualifying tyre.
I mean, last season he's always done better with the qualifying race, but I think
number 32
right now
we're looking at, yeah.
Right now with the front, I think he won't be too happy. No, yeah, it's
he
qualifying
has,
race.
yeah.
It's just a camera angle trick.
Okay, so that's Helmi through turn 1.
Kasma, fastest sector 1 already in the qualifying race. So Kasma Daniel, the first to put pedal to the metal on his qualifying lap. Anupap looking around, coasting.
Yeah, he'll just want to get that tyre warmed up by the time he gets to the end of this 2+ minute lap.
I think Kazma just wanted to match the qualifying rear tire by changing his number to green.
Yeah, if you had to bet on who's going to take pole position, personally, I would have gone for Kazma.
Yeah. He's been the most consistent in the mid 210s. Really looked effortless for the 2025 champion. And look at that, Sector 2 is looking really good for Kazma. He's on course for a 2:09. He'll be the first to dip into that. But look out for the likes of Herjun and Tana as well. They will be threatening for now. Kazma through turn 11.
Yeah, looking smooth. I mean, he's making it look easy, but he's really fast. Heading for pole position as it goes.
Oh yeah, that's actually purple for Sector 3 for Kazma.
Yeah.
Sector 1, 2, and 3, the fastest by Kazma. He goes down the back straight.
Yeah, Herjun still on an out lap.
Kazma should just be coming around turn 15. There we go. Kazma Daniel now. And what's it going to be as he comes across the line? Is it a 2:92? Minute 9.630 for Kazma Daniel.
Okay, so for the first time, we're into the 2:09s. Best qualifying lap ever around here is with Kazma. It was a 2:08.7 last year. Here comes Kitsudan, number 18. Then it's Helmi. Then it's Khalid and Powie. We're with Helmi, the number 32. Herjun Atner improving as he gets into his first flying lap on qualifiers.
Kazma's not gone much faster in the second lap through Sector 1. Herjun is improving well, but not going any faster than Kazma. Kip has gone and done a 26 in Sector 1. Kip is on a very, very hot lap.
Well, we saw his form returning yesterday. So him and Kazma, I would have picked out as the form riders yesterday.
Yeah.
Not in that order, but yeah.
4 minutes left in qualifying. They'll have about 2 laps, including the current one. Kazma's taking a sort of break on this lap. He's not pushing on, but Kip is really on at Sector 2. The fastest Sector 2 of this session for Karol Idampawi.
Yeah, Herjun remains second. But this is a really hot lap for that rider, the number 98.
Herjun's just done a 2-minute 10.020, so Herjun needs to find a 2:09. It's not going to be easy holding on to second without a 2:09. But now here comes Kip through 12, 13, and 14. Kip is looking on a mission. That bike has looked really, really well with him this whole weekend. Here he comes now, Sector 3 as well. He's gone faster. He's 6/10 up through Sector 3. Kip might dip into the 2:08s. This is going to be threatening Kazma Daniel's provisional pole.
Yeah, if he holds it together for this final sector.
Here he comes. That's Kitsana to come first, and there is Helmi. Here comes Kip now. He's going to get slipstream as well. This is going to be really good. It could be a 2:08. It is a 2:08.589 from Karol Idampawi. That is a fast time from Kip.
That's a qualifying lap record.
Whoa.
That is a qualifying lap record for the resurgent Malaysian Karol Idampawi. And as you pointed out, he got a nice tow from Helmi on the run into the line then, and down the back straight.
That was perfect.
So it really was a beautiful lap for Karol Idampawi.
Oh, he went again, but here comes Tanat.
Yeah.
Kip is going quick again, but Tanat also, he's threatening now. He's fastest through Sector 1. The only one not responding is Kazma. He went back into pit lane.
That is strange.
He was too confident. He thought he got it. I think he didn't expect anyone to beat his 2:09. You can see there.
Yeah, and we haven't talked about the number 89, but Wayo Nugroho is provisionally on the front row.
Oh, look at Tanat. He's gone even faster in sector 2. Tanat is looking at smashing that lap record that Kip had just set.
Tanat was basically absent yesterday. Well, the Tanat we know that was absent yesterday, but now here he comes.
Oh, he's got Wahyu
He's
Nugroho.
threatening pole position and the qualifying lap record.
Oh, Wahyu Nugroho is in front of him. Let's see if it gets in the way, but I think Wahyu might just be able to give him a bit of a tow as he comes into the back straight. What's sector 3? You can see Honda Malaysia is looking a bit worried now. Yeah, Tana's going to get a nice drive out of 14 with the tow behind. Oh, he's lost time.
Oh, yeah,
sector 3
he lost a few tenths, yeah.
So I don't think it's going to be a magical pole for Tanat, but it will be solidifying his position in second.
It's going to be a front row for sure.
Cosmo's dropped all the way down to 5th. He thought he had it with a 2.095, and now everyone's come through with just that much better.
Yeah, he looks so confident. Let's remember he's got the pace, but he's given himself more work to do with the second row start. Here comes Wahyu Nugroho, who quietly has had a really good session.
2.095 for Tanat. He lost time in sector 3 and 4.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate, but nevertheless a great improvement for Tanat. And what a lap from Kip.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. We know what he's capable of when he's on form and when he's fit. And both of those things look to be true at the moment. Great work from Tanat Longpliao for Honda Thailand Racing Team.
You can see the faces around Yamaha. They're shocked. I don't understand the decision to
Yeah, it was a tactical misstep.
I mean, he had, as you mentioned, 3 laps that you can push on.
Yeah.
It would make sense just to stay out. I think Kasper's still trying for one more, but
yeah, he is. He's just done the fastest sector 1. So last ditch effort for the Malaysian, who was so dominant yesterday in free practice.
yeah, he's improved in sector 1, but he is down by a 10th compared to Kip's. 26.9 was Kip.
Question is,
sector
can he
1.
lift himself up onto row 1?
Because right now, this is not... Yeah, he's lost time in sector 2. I think that tire might be losing a bit of edge grip through sector 2. And sector 3 is going to be where he really needs edge grip. So, yeah, this has not gone to plan for Kasma. Should have stayed out for another lap.
Yeah, it underscores just how important team tactics are. And that pole for Kip was perfect.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was planned, but the tow he got from Helmy was the real killer.
Indeed.
And has earned him the qualifying lap record.
It's gone for Kasma. He's a second off Kip's lap, so the best he can do maybe is possibly push Herjun off P4, but it won't be a front row start for Kasma at home.
Yeah, a lot of these riders finishing quickly now. As I mentioned, we haven't seen much of the number 89, Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Wahyu Nugroho, but he's had a really good session too. Along with Kasma, Herjun Atner wasn't able to respond to the gauntlet that was flung down in style by Karol Idampawi. So congratulations to a beautifully judged 208. with no doubt a smiling Karl Pauwi, who'll be talking to Daniel very shortly, and we'll take another look at that qualifying session. Looking around, the sky is still uncertain. It's a little bit brighter than when Daniel was expressing his concerns earlier. Just about all the bikes are back into the technical area now. Karl Pauwi has just made it in, so it'll be a minute or two before he's ready to speak to Daniel. Kip having a word and a little bit of a backslap from Sal Khan, the Dunlop technician. And we're going to keep our fingers crossed that the weather holds off for the rest of qualifying at least. Because when we get to Superbikes... Okay, so while we wait for Kip to get ready to talk to Daniel, we'll have another look at that qualifying session. So early on, we saw some really good pace from Herjan Firdaus, the number 46, being chased there really hard by Kitsadar Tanashot, and down went Helmi under braking for and turning in as he turned in for turn 15, went down heavily, smashed up the left side of that Honda, and looking strong as he did in practice yesterday at the early stages was Casper Daniel with that green 27 on the front. Casper's pace, no doubt about that, is really strong. And Herjan featured, he was second quickest throughout this session. And as we got on to the qualifying tyres, we had two groups going out. There was a few riders went out first, but it really did come down to the last few minutes as we watched there. Kazma and Anupam Samoon, who finished equal on points in the 2025 championship. But there was Helmi, and there, just behind him, was Karl Pauwi, benefiting as they crossed the line from a tow from his teammate Helmi Asman to record a stunning pole position time. And there was the number 89 crossing the line, Wayne Agroho, who was 9/10 adrift of that stunning time of Karl Pauwi. But it was a tactical error for Casper Daniel that relegated him to the middle of row 2. But there is a new lap record for our pole starter this afternoon, Karl Pauwi.
Kip, it's a perfect start to your Saturday, P1 in qualifying and the lap record for qualifying. So it looks like you're very planted on the bike. Did you guys have to change much?
Yes, in the beginning of qualifying, we had some issue with the electronic, so I don't have many laps in the morning. So yeah, after that, I come in and the team make an amazing job to solve the problem. And directly we put the soft tire, and I know I have to push 100% now. So yeah, really happy and thank you to all my team.
Thank you so much, Kip. Good luck for the race.
Thank you.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
And now we move on to the next bit of action is the Underbone 150 Super Pole. First out will be Mohamed Silmi Helsinki. After the loud gap will be Wajaji Trilaksana for Heishia's youngster Kawahara Racetech 60. New colors for Wajaji, still donning his own team. So a bunch of new sponsors. Shortly behind him, it's going to be John Emerson Ingito. John's been looking good this week. Maybe looking to try and put that bike on the front row. It's a different beast altogether, this Underbone 150 Super Pole. I'd also mentioned that his setup for Super Pole is going to be different. One lap, so all the pressure on the riders. No chance of slipstream as they go around. It's only the rare time that we saw Fami Bassam catch a bit of slipstream behind Akid Aziz once, where Akid had a bike issue.
Yeah, but that's not built into the design of Super Pole, not at all. April King Moscado's done well to qualify for Super Pole after doing almost nothing yesterday. Mechanical breakdown in the early in the first session, and an off in the second session. So he did well to come through qualifying 1 into qualifying 2 and onward to where he is now. Another rider who's done well to make it through here is this one, Silmi Helsinki, debuting in this category for Team One for All.
Team One for All have done updates to their engines, and it's really worked well for them. Even in 250, Pirupang Boomtang's not doing too bad either, so Team One for All making the right steps forward.
Yeah. Team ownership, of course. It's with Wichi Wee, who's really, this team has been a mainstay of the championship for, as you know, pretty much as long as I can remember. There he is, the number 58. Starts his flying lap. Let's see what he can do. How is his circuit knowledge? We'll soon see.
Next to start his flying lap is going to be Wayaji Trilaksana. Wayaji can put in a really good Super Pole lap, and this week so far he's been looking really good in the Underbone 150 class.
Yeah, indeed, the qualifying lap record holder, Wayaji, from way back in 2020. And there's John Emerson Ingito for S1N Evo, the Yamaha team.
Here comes Charles Shazras. The Honda, he's the only Honda in Super Pole. It's not the first time.
No, not for the first time is he the quickest Honda.
So due to something really not going right for him since practice 2 yesterday. Would have expected a strong one from him. So far, John has gone fastest through Sector 1. So John is currently lapping really well. Ayaji not too far behind him. See what Shazras does as he comes across sector 1. Yeah, Shazras not really on course for a top lap, but John is still pushing on. Mayaji through sector 2, not going faster than Silmi Helsinki.
Yeah, this is really good work from Silmi. Gets his elbows right up. But yeah, John Emerson Gito.
John is 7/10ths faster than anyone else through sector 2. Ooh, and hits Silmi. Huge error. That is going to be time lost.
Yeah, you can see how hard he's pushing. He did well to hang on to that, but that will have cost him. Just gets on the gas here.
He got on super early and a bit too much too soon. That would have easily taken half a second off with that kind of moment.
Yep.
Oh, and again.
Oh. So, with an elevated heart rate, here comes Silmi Helsinki in his first Super Pole.
Yeah, I think that the one at turn 15 especially was just desperation to recover after the turn 14 incident.
Yeah.
Here's Wayaji blipping down, holding a tighter line. He does it cleanly. So Wayaji, I think he's going to go above Silmi for sure. John lost time in... Oh no, John's got purple through all sectors.
Yeah.
John is fastest. John is on course. He will go into provisional first. So John will lead the charge before the next 5 come out. Comes across with a 236.180. It was purple sector all throughout sectors 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Shazras now, he's provisional P2.
Yeah, there's a 2-second gap from John down to the others. Shazras, what can he do about it?
Yeah, he has gone provisional P2, so not a bad result from Shazras either. And here comes April King.
Yeah, April recovering from a rotten start to the weekend, sporting that new number 95. Head down, peeping through the fairing.
Oh, it's P2. It's not bad for the Filipino pair.
Yeah, very good.
236.1 for John, 236.7 for April. They are provisional first and second, so worst case scenario, they will be 6th and 7th. Best case scenario, no one takes them off the front row.
Yeah, absolutely right. Here are the others waiting to go. The second group of 5 will be the quickest 5 from this morning. That was an impressive performance from the rider of the bike closest to you, the number 117, Fadli Regani. So LFN next to each other there, 2 in the final 5 for Super Bowl. Hasni Zainal Fauzi is in this group. And so is Nazrul Izzat. So 2 champions to go out in this final group. Together with Dimas Juliet Moko, who is always a good qualifier and has been looking strong all weekend. On that newly named HGS Young Star Kawahara Race Tech 60 team. Okay, keeping the tyre warmers on as long as possible as they sit there in the technical area.
Yeah, the last thing you want is what happened to Silmi just now. The very sliding way, but I think that's just more to eagerness to get on the throttle.
Yeah, nevertheless, he's making a good debut this weekend in this class. Tyre warmers are off Hasni's bike. And off Fadley's bike. They go out at 20-second intervals, so some disadvantage to being quickest because you go out last. Nazarul is the first rider to move out towards the pit lane exit. There goes Hasni. Shirat. And finally, last and quickest will be Fadley to go make his way out to the pit lane exit. Here goes Dimas Julie. Always quick, and as I said, always a good qualifier. He's got a few pole positions in this class under his belt, and will be looking to make this season a good one. Put together a good campaign. There's a rider that knows how to put together a good campaign. Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin, 2023 champion. What an impressive year that was. Bad luck has dogged him since then, mostly of the mechanical variety. Hasni Zainal Fauzi, the reigning and defending Underbone 150 champion, goes out for Zia LFN. So they're away on their outlap. Shirat Sauki, who's had a really good weekend all the way through. Well, LFN have had a good weekend all the way through because they have their two fastest riders. There goes the fastest qualifier now, Fadli Regani.
The thing about LFN's bikes, they go really well even without slipstream. Fadli was a mile ahead in qualifying, 2:33, 2:36 now the benchmark. Can he find faster? I would expect it from in the LFN bikes.
Yeah, it's a good chance, although Dimas Julie aboard that Racetech 60 HCS Youngstar Kawahara sponsored Yamaha. Wouldn't put it past him.
Dimas has been spectacular since about midway through 2025. Something clicked in him.
Yeah, in 2024 we saw him qualifying quickly, but not really putting the race together. This could be his season.
Yeah, it was when he had that double in Mandalika. Ever since then, he ran the show, and he was just so confident to take everything to the front. Here comes Dimas now for his flying lap. Nazrul Izzat not too far behind, around 10:15 now. It's been a while since Nazrul Izzat has looked this comfortable and without issue.
Yeah, been smooth and fast all the way through the weekend, and it is a long time since we saw that.
Figured out what went wrong in 2025, hopefully, so we can see the maximum of the former champion.
Well, he's being consistent, staying with the team that brought him the championship in 2023. Zia LFN.
And none of the champions this season using the number 1.
No, a lot of people are superstitious about that, aren't they? I remember Zakwan Zaidi saying it's like adding an extra 10 kilograms to the weight of the bike.
Oh, there goes Dimas. Sector 1 was very close, slim margins between him and John's time, but Dimas has gone a tenth faster through Sector 2. So Dimas is now on course. He needs to keep his head down and focus. Here comes the 117 off LFN, Fadli Regani. Fastest in qualifying. Can he do it again in Superpole?
It's been impressive. I don't know how much experience he has here.
Oh, Nazareth leads that fast in Sector 2, but Sector 1 was a bit slow, so it's going to be close at the top. Sector 1, he lost about 2/10 against Dimas, so he's made up a lot of time in Sector 2. Dimas goes quicker again at Sector 3. He's still a 10th up against John Emerson Ngito's time, so Dimas should be just in the very low 2:36.
On these Super Pole laps, these tiny bikes just look minute on this wide sweeping Sepang International Circuit. It's quite a sight.
Oh, look at Nazrulizan. He's on course for provisional first or second. I don't think he's as quick as Dimas through the first 3 sectors, but we will see. He lost so much time in Sector 1. The first to complete the lap will be Dimas. Is it going to be a low 2:36 or a 2:35? It's a 2:35, 9:46. Dimas provisional first, but here comes Nazrulizat.
Staying fast and smooth, blipping down through the gearbox and nice and cleanly through to turn 15. You can see him open the gas then. Looking up higher than you'd expect. Now he puts his head down.
Yeah, he lost time in Sector 4. That's unfortunate. It was looking a good lap. Someone else done something hot and it doesn't look like it. Hosni's not quick. Neither is Fadli Rigani. He's lost so much time in Sector 1 and Sector 2. So it looks like Dimas might have run away with this. Hosni up into 5th. So it's not disastrous for Hosni Zanofadzi, the 2025 champion. Here comes Shirat Shalki. Shirat's about a second off from Dimas' 2:35, so he should slot in.
See where he ends up. I love that tuck-in style.
Just peering.
So lopsided, yeah.
6th place for Shirat Shalki, so not bad second row for him. Can his teammate Fadli Rigani do better? Actually, he might. He might push Nazrulizat off the front row.
Here he comes, the 117. He will start 8th. Fastest qualifier. He's going to lead row 3, but pole position, not by any means for the first time in the Underbone 150 class, goes to Dimas Julie at Moko. Congratulations for him and HJS Youngstar Kawahara Race Tech 60. Team led by Wayu Aji Trilaksana, who will start from P9 this afternoon himself. So both bikes for the team in this qualifying Super Pole session. They're going to start P1 and P9. Good showing as well from John Emerson Ngito. It was a 2:35.946 that took Dimas. We'll have another quick look at that session. See a little wind If you can see the camera moving around, you can also see the flags fluttering, but this was the session. That was Suomi Helsinki who got us underway for team One for All. Then Waiweli Aji Trilaksana, John Emerson Gito. There's the number 58, Suomi Helsinki. New rider in for team One for All with their new livery. Very distinctive livery, but it was going to be a difficult lap for the young Indonesian. Getting himself well out of shape and saving 2 high sides on that lap, which really cost him. This is 2 times champion Wahyu Aji Trilaksana, the number 60. He crossed the line with a 2:38.3. Quite as good as you might expect, but John Emerson Gito had a really good Super Pole lap. He crossed the line with a 2:36.1. But then, qualifying specialist, you have to say, Dimas Juliat Moko joined the fray. And it looked like this rider, number 87, Nazrul Izzat, was also in a threatened pole position, but the later stages of the lap, sectors 3 and 4, not so good for the former champion. He would come across and end up 3rd. So front row start for the 2023 champion. And there is Dimas Juli in the new livery for Racetech 60 for 2026. Peeping through the fairing as he crossed the line with a lap of 2 minutes 35.946. And last rider out was Fadli Ragani, the number 117. As he was the fastest qualifier. He would come across the line with a 2:37.8, but nobody was going to touch Dimas Juli, and Dimas Juli is ready to talk with Daniel Bogers.
Dimas, congratulations on P1. It's a really good starting position for the races, but as always in the Underbones, it's going to be about the last lap and the last turn. Are you satisfied with the bike setup for the race?
Alhamdulillah hasil di Superpool ini saya berada di posisi pertama, tetapi ini bukan hasil akhir. Di balapan UB ini hasil akhirnya di last lap, tapi dari persiapan Dimas, alhamdulillah setiap sesi, setiap setup sama mekanik, alhamdulillah ada hasilnya. Semoga di race 1 Dimas bisa mendapatkan hasil yang terbaik.
So he's saying that he was happy, satisfied with the result, getting a pole position, and the team and the mechanics have worked on the bike, and he's happy with the setup. The team's also happy, so he's hoping that in the race he can get the best results. So congratulations, Dimas. Good luck for the race.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
The end of qualifying. And we have saved the loudest till last. It's qualifying for the ASB 1000. And as you can see here, there is a Dunlop Sportmax award of 1 million yen for any rider who manages to break the qualifying lap record here at Sepang. And I can tell you that it's not unlikely that this will go, because at least one rider, and we'll be talking more about that later, has already in unofficial testing surpassed the current lap record, which is held by Apiwat Wongtananon. The target is 204.597. In the Supersport 600 we saw a new qualifying lap record, so the question is, will we see a new one and a significantly wealthier qualifier for pole position this afternoon? It might be a rider wearing these leathers. That's a new rider, new colours for JDT. And that is Andy Farid Izdihar, who has adjusted very rapidly to the Ducati, having been a Honda rider forever. But the stakes are even higher this afternoon. So running his traditional number 27. Andy has been getting more and more comfortable with this Ducati Panigale, and his teammate, who'll be somewhere just to the left of him in that JDT garage, has been even more comfortable. He finished last year as champion. Fist bumps his team as he goes out, but he dominated free practice yesterday. He dominated the pre-season test on Wednesday, and he's already done a lap that is quicker than the standing lap record. That was set in last year by Apiwat Wongtananon. So here we go, it's a 40-minute session for the ASB 1000s. They're just lofting his front wheel. On the change of direction was Kito Abe, who had an impressive day yesterday. He ended up 4th quickest, although he came good later in the day. But as well as the dominance of Hafiz Sharin, we should talk about the emergence, the exciting emergence of this rider on your screen now.
We just got news that Hafiz is on qualifiers, I think.
Okay, so Hafiz going for an early payday then.
Yeah, I think, trying to see where he's left. Yeah, he's just come out, so looks like he's confident with the setup.
And this rider on your screen now, the number 15 on the Savitar BMW, Rocco Sessler, who we saw 2 years ago in the TVS Championship, last year in the Supersport 600 Championship. Indeed, he was a winner here on TVS. He has made a really impressive start to his career as a superbike rider, still just 17 years old. He was 5th quickest yesterday. Best time 206.417. And looking really comfortable. Running the same race tyre combination here that we saw for most of these riders yesterday. Hard front, medium rear.
So we're getting a bit of info. We'll get confirmation, but it seems that they have 2 qualifying rear tires that they can utilize for this round.
2 qualifying tyres, so double the chance for a big payday.
Yeah, Zakwan's gone up with
and just to, yeah, we've clearly got some riders making an early bid for that pole position and for the prize money. Lachlan Epis having a go too out there for the Swift Grow racing team on his BMW. That's Kazuki Watanabe just in the wheel tracks of Rocco Sessler there.
Hafiz Sharin's on a really good lap. He's on course for a 2:05.
Yeah, perhaps more than one rider could beat that lap record.
Yeah, it seems
but
like
I guess there's only one prize.
Yeah. And we'll be looking at definitely Zakwan Zaidin and Hafiz as the most likely to break that lap record. But we could also have Andy Farid suddenly really feeling good on that Ducati V4. Oh, but here comes Hafiz. Hafiz is blitzing through sectors 1 and 2. Sector 1 and 2 is the fastest by Hafiz Sharin so far.
On your screen there, yeah, you can see just how hard he's pushing as well. There goes Zakwan.
Zakwan's on the normal race compound, so is Andy Farid and Kito Abe. Oh my, Hafiz is 8/10ths faster through sector 3. So as a whole through sector 3 now, he is on course for a very, very low 2:05.
Yeah, it's a lively start to a long qualifying session.
There it is, the qualifying race for Hafiz. He does have a bit of traffic. Will they get in the way or will they give him a bit of a slipstream? And I think he is going to get a slipstream. This could be into the 2:04s for Hafiz Sharin. Here he comes across the line, 2:04.3. The lap record has been broken officially.
So it looks as though Hafiz Sharin is going to be the rider who trousers that 1 million yen prize money. So,
and if it is correct that he has one more rear tire to go, we could see an even lower 2:04 or maybe even a 2:03.
It is a high stakes game because they get just 2 laps, 2 flying laps on the qualifying tyres in this category. So an exciting start to this qualifying session. And it looks as though this rider is a little richer.
Wow, there we go, already a new lap record. This is fantastic from the 2025 champion, Hafiz Sharin JDT.
Yeah, and while we're looking at that, Adonanta Putra has done the fastest sector 1. We're talking about the impressive rookie Rocco Sessler a few minutes ago. At least equally impressive is Adonanta Putra, the way that he's exploded into this category. It's a pretty good sector 2 he's done as well.
Yeah, it's decent, but it's about 4/10ths off the fastest of sector 2. So I think so far, Hafiz is the only one who has laid that lap in early. It's paid off well for Hafiz.
Yeah, Zakwan had a go, but it's done. Maybe if what we heard is correct, he'll have another chance. Been a good start to the session from number 83 there. The third of these riders on your screen, Lachlan Epis on the Swift Grow BMW. Currently third quickest. 2:06. 2:06 pretty much dead for Lachlan. He did manage to dip into the 2:05s in the official test.
Adam's bike is puffing out smoke.
That's the number 77
of Adam. Hafiz and Andy pointing at the bike. Adam Norden's bike was puffing out a cloud of smoke. Something's gone really wrong with that Suzuki.
So JDT, pair of Ducatis come in. Solkan on the right, checking the tyre temperature. The Dunlop tyre technicians really are ubiquitous in this paddock. Whenever you see a bike come in from an important session, they're already there.
Sakwa now. Kito's been lapping in a lower 206. Been consistent there, so a bit more race pace attempts by Kito and SDG.
Yeah, looking for any other signs here, but after that, after some of the top runners putting on their qualifying tyres, it's less likely that we're going to see anything changing on the timing screens unless they get another qualifying tyre. So Hafiz with a almost 1.6 second margin at the top over Zakwan Zaidi. Both of those times done on qualifiers. He has taken 5.97, taken a good few tenths off that qualifying lap record. Zakwan straight back in on race rubber. And number 21 currently sitting second. There is the 41 of Nakarin, who had a very indifferent day yesterday. Let's see if he can find what he's been missing in this qualifying session. Almost 30 minutes remaining. To a 4.355. To a 4.597 was the previous record. He's shaking his head, so perhaps he's looking for more. But we saw his pace on race tyres yesterday. It really seemed like he was just a touch beyond everybody else.
Auckland's been looking good as well. Despite lacking a bit of top speed, he's been able to lap in the very low 206.
Yeah, his pace has been really good, Zakwan.
Azroy has finally managed to get out of pit lane. He's running the normal medium compounds. He's running a medium-medium combination.
Yeah, another rider along with Nakarin, who you'd have expected to have been much further up the order in practice yesterday. There he goes, number 20. We had 2 rounds here at Sepang International Circuit in 2025. That means 4 races. Azroy won 3 of them. But taking another one looks a little way off.
Anthony West now with qualifying tyres.
Yeah.
He's come out and he's going to do it early with 27 minutes remaining. So it's going to be Anthony West's first dance with these qualifying rubbers on a race weekend.
Yeah, let's see what he makes of them. He was in the low 208s at best yesterday.
I think he should be able to find a 207. A bit of an error there from Anthony West. Just looking behind. He's just coasting as he tries to get some heat into those tyres.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see what this veteran does. As we were saying yesterday, one of the most extravagantly talented riders ever, Anthony West. He'll adapt quickly, but he's only got 2 flying laps to do it in.
And he's just come out of the JDT pit box. I wonder if he's slapped on those qualifying rubbers. Azroy 207.2. Again, this is not the Azroy that we saw in 2025. It's just not going in the right direction for Azroy. It's so similar to 600s. Helmi struggling, Kip excelling. Here's Zakwan's doing amazing and Azroy struggling.
Yeah, it's a strange pattern because the quality of all of those riders is so good. There goes Andy Farid.
Qualifying rubbers for Andy Farid. So yeah, Andy's going to be on a push lap. I think he's motivated seeing Hafiz break the lap record. Andy is going to be looking for at least a dip into the 204s. Here's Anthony West beginning his qualifying tire session.
So let's see what we make of it. Best lap so far, 208.591. So he started with really good pace. He had to work hard yesterday to get down to that level. Yamaha, of course, being heavily disadvantaged on top speed.
Different angle. Anthony West takes out of turn 2, getting the power down. It's not too bad through sector 1, especially that being one of the weakest sectors for the Yamaha R1. Bringing down the top speed from the front straight. This is where the Yamaha makes time though, sectors 2 and 3. 3, 5 and 6, the Yamaha is lovely as it flows through the turns here. It stays planted, so should be a good sector 2 coming from Anthony West. It's looking clean so far. It is a decent sector 2. So I think definitely we can expect Anthony West into the 207s. Sector 3 to go now. It's turn 9, 10, 11 into 12 and 13. One of the Saboteur bikes there just looking behind, seeing Anthony West coming, and he will move out of the way. Qualifying rears for Zakwan Zaidi now. So they're getting busy a bit earlier now. I think with the allowance of 2 tires, it's prompting them to do their laps quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what Zakwan can do this time around.
That was a beautiful shot off Anthony West. They absolutely just pinning the bike down.
So Zakwan starts an out lap on qualifiers. Anthony West lines himself up for turn 15.
He should be in the 207s, but looking at the sector times, around 15, he gets a bike hooked up. The bike is just planted. He's running so smoothly, and it's quick. Comes across the line. It's a 207.2. Brilliant from Anthony West.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And he's got another lap to go. So now he knows what these qualifiers feel like under pressure. Let's see if he can make an improvement.
Here's Andy Farad. He's done sector 1.
He's got Chip Nakarin behind him. I think the Honda's still on race tyres.
Andy Rodeo riding out of turn 5 there. Turn 6, sorry.
Yeah, he's quickly got his confidence up on that Ducati.
Yeah, it's going to be decent for Andy. It's going to be low 205s at the worst, 204.9 at the best. Nakarin right behind him. Nakarin makes a mistake into turn 9. Nakarin still not looking settled on that CBR. Don't know where it's gone wrong for them. They've got new electronics. Oh, look at that. He's gone wide there as well. It just looks desperation to try and push the bike more than what it's able to do right now. And I don't think it's a power issue. It looks like it's a turning issue for Nakarin.
Yeah, and the qualifiers can just push you, give you some understeer.
You can see how just couldn't get the bike tipped in right. So Andy won't be on the 205, but he will dip into the 205. He won't be into the 204s on this lap. Andy Farad around turn 15, gets on the gas. The green tires gripping, gripping a bit too much there for Andy Farad. Gets a bit out of shape, comes across the line 205.8. So that's good, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, still 1.5 second margin from Hafiz back to the rest.
That's a beautiful shot of Andy sliding it into turn 1. He's looking more comfortable with that loose rear end that the Ducati has.
Okay, we're with Azroy now. And Nakarin improving with the fastest sector 1 on his second qualifying lap.
Zakwan Zaidi's on a push. Once Zakwan's first sector, Zakwan's first sector is not bad at all. It's within the fastest. Nakarin currently the fastest first sector. So Zakwan's going to need to find time through these twisty parts of the Sepang International Circuit. Azroy still nowhere really near the front, but he has improved to a 206.8. Nakarin, he's close. Nakarin is really close to that lap time that Hafiz has set. His sector times are brilliant.
Yeah, he looked so scrappy on that first flying lap on the qualifier.
Look at Zakwan Sector 2 is really quick, 3/10 faster than Nakarin through Sector 2. And tell you what, as of right now, through the first 2 sectors, he's quicker than Hafiz Sharin. So Zakwan might steal away the lap record from Hafiz. This is interesting now.
There he goes.
Oh, 0.6 up. Zakwan is on course. Oh no, actually he's lost time through Sector 3. So it is not -6 to Hafiz.
Yeah, and Hafiz watches to see if Zakwan is about to snatch that 1 million baht away from him.
Million yen on the line for the SB 1000 riders. They come across the line. Nakarin was on course. 205.6 for Nakarin. What's Zakwan going to do as he comes across the line? Will it be a 204? Zakwan comes across 204.9, so it's closer, but it's still not enough. Sector 3 was where he lost time.
Okay, one more dance for Zakwan.
Dunlop Sport Max Award still in the hands of Hafiz Sharin. Will anyone take it away from him? It's a big ask.
It is, yeah.
Look at Azroy, he's...
So Nakarin's done. Azroy doesn't know what to do.
Hafiz is relaxing for now. I think he's a bit calmer, seeing that they were close but not close enough.
Yeah, his advantage has shrunk by almost a second, but it's still a big one, almost 0.6.
And he did improve a little bit in this session so far, but the second lap on the qualifying rears was only a 205.9. Lokanep is yet to come out with the qualifying rear tire.
Yeah, still sitting in 5th.
He came out momentarily and went straight back in, so something he's not too satisfied with. Adinanta Putra is coming out. I think he might be on the qualifying rears. Kazuki Watanabe so far in this session, 206.9. A really good job from Kazuki and the Aprilia. It's so good seeing the Aprilia make these improvements.
Yeah, we're watching Nakarin now, but he needs to come in this time around. He's done I think he's done 2 flyers already, hasn't he? Maybe
I think this
not.
is his second. The outlap was with Andy. So this is him completing the second flying. Yeah, it looks like with the temperatures that we have right now, it's that 1 lap. But all the riders who tried a second lap just went slower. So I think the heat in the track right now, it's really a bit much. The tires aren't holding up enough for that second lap push. They're still going quick, but it's not quicker than that first one.
So Nakarin, the number 41, this is his slowing down lap on those qualifiers. Provisional front row for the Thai rider. Who can threaten it? Well, Lachlan Epis can threaten it. He is currently sitting 5th, but hasn't gone out on qualifiers yet. Adinanta Putra potentially can challenge.
Yeah, that's Azra's by getting qualifying rears on. Yeah, to your point, I think the only ones that really look like they might contest the front rows, perhaps, we'll be looking at Lachlan, Quito, and Adinanta. As of right now, Azra is nowhere. Rocco has gone backwards since practice 1 and 2.
Yeah, Quito Abe out now. Probably, possibly on qualifiers.
This is Adinanta coming through. I don't think Adinanta has put on the qualifying rears. Oh no, he has.
Yes, he has, yeah.
So he's gone slower in the... I think he must have made a mistake somewhere.
And
yeah, sector 3 wasn't exactly the fastest, but he does go up. Actually, he goes up into 4th, so 205.6, not a bad one from Adinanta Putra. Quito, there it is, confirmation of his qualifying rears. I think Quito Abe has something left in the tank.
yeah, out of all those riders, you'd probably back Quito with his level of commitment. and what he's got underneath him to perhaps push Nakarin off the front row. Let's see what else he can do.
Yeah, I think Kito's motivation will be, he's trying to find some clear ground because he saw Adam Norden following behind him. Typical tactic from Adam Norden. Kito's not interested to play these games.
Well, he can play both sides of this game, can't he? As we saw at Motegi last year with Hafiz, which was...
in Mandalika as well.
Yeah.
Where he was just playing cat and mouse, waiting for Hafiz to go out. We do love a bit of spice.
Yeah, he wouldn't have got a Christmas card in 2025 from Hafiz.
Yeah, you can see the tactic from Adam, and yeah, Kito now saying, go on.
Yeah.
None of this business. Taking as wide of a route as he can, just to give some breathing ground between himself and Adam. Adenanta Putra is improving through sector 1 and 2, so Adenanta, he might take Nakarin off the front row. And for Kito, I'm sure he was motivated seeing how close Sakon Zaidi got to Hafiz, so Kito might think, well, that's good enough for the Hondas, let's try now.
So here we go, the Kito Abe about to start his first flying lap. And as you observed, Daniel, it seems to be the first flying lap on these qualifying rears that really counts.
Yeah, Adenanta Putra, the only one after he made it the error on his first lap, he's the only one to improve on that second lap. Look at the way Kito swings the bike into turn 1.
Yeah, with that style, it's going to be good to stay with him on this first flying lap on the rear qualifier.
He rides beautifully. By the way, Adenanta Putra has just set a 2:05.0. Adenanta Putra nearly knocking on the door of a 2:04 in his rookie season. But for now, we focus on Kito Abe sliding again into turn 4. He's only a 10th off in sector 1. This is a good lap coming in from Kito Abe. It should be, at the very least, a very low 2:05.
Yeah, he's aiming for the front.
Beautiful riding style from Kito. It looks so wild and yet elegant at the same time. Kito's up in sector 2. Kito is faster through sector 2. He is currently in the first 2 sectors. He's predicted to go provisional pole. So this is a big improvement from Kito. It was a bit silent from SDG and Kito Abe this weekend, but it looked like they were just compiling the data, and it looks like right now it's paying off.
Yeah, they were losing some top end to the Ducati yesterday on the 2 straights. So he needs to get a really good exit from to 14 when he gets there.
Sector 3 still good. Oh, Dr. Mike's down. That looks like it's... I can't tell what that is. But Kito's still up. Kito's still on course for a provisional pole. He has clear ground in front of him. He is going to get a nice line into turn 15. Let's see this from Kito Abe. He's up by 2/10 for now. Will he take the new lap record? Kito gets it pinned, takes a nice wide line with the Honda. Let's see as he comes across the line. It's a 2:04.5. It's so close. 2/10 off. Kito Abe. 2:04.576. You can see a bit of concern in Hafiz Sharin's eyes.
Definitely. A little nod of acknowledgement at the effort that Kito put in. Well, he's going to try it again on this lap. Let's see how well that rear qualifier holds up as he goes through sector 1 for the second time on that rear qualifying tyre.
He's up in sector 1. He is up in sector 1. He's 2/10 quicker than Hafiz Sharin in sector 1 right now. He just has to hope that nobody gets in his way. Fami is in the way though in the racing line. Oh, I think that's this lap gone.
Oh, he's still behind him. He can't get around. Oh.
No, that's frustrating.
That's an expensive blockage there by Fami. Oh.
That would have been, could have been. It really could have been.
That could have cost him £1 million.
It costed us as viewers the new lap record, possibly. That was 2/10 up in sector 1 alone, and Kito was actually strongest in sector 2 and sector 3. Oh my word. Now I think, okay, if they have the allowance of a second tire, will Quito come back in quickly and try as quick as he can to get that pole position away?
Oh, we have time. 10.5 minutes to the checkered flag.
Yeah, look at the body language. Quito's coming in.
Yeah, he knows he lost time.
Yeah, Quito comes in now. Questions on what he will do next. He was so close already on that second lap. Will SDG push him on for another one? He's only 2/10 off, and in Sector 1 alone he found 2/10.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do.
Lachlan should be out on the qualifying rears. Oh yeah, Quito is frustrated. You can see that.
Yeah.
Understandably. So I'm trying to decipher the hand language from Quito, whether he's gonna try and go out again. Yeah, I can see frustrations there, but Quito keeping calm. SDG are quite happy, and I think they're showing Quito, look, we have the potential. We were close.
Yeah, this is good lap being done out there by Lachlan Epis.
I see qualifying rears on
Idemitsu
Zakwan.
Honda, yeah.
Second run for Zakwan, so it is 2 tires that they get. Zakwan and Azroy both on qualifying rears.
So what will Hafiz do?
He's
got the record for now, but the rider that's been chasing him hardest all weekend, Zakwan Zaidi, is now out.
Here's the thing, we saw Kasma Daniel just now come in too early.
Yeah, Lachlan just put a low 205 in.
So do you think, there we go,
Yeah.
there we go, it had to be. There's no way he could sit there as everyone starts closing the gap. Zakwan was only half a second off, Quito's only 2/10 off. He needs to try and improve.
Absolutely. It's been two pretty good attempts at picking his pocket by Quito and by Zakwan. And Lachlan Epis is having a go too. It's not a good Sector 1 though that time around. So the rider who's been so dominant this weekend, he's had his lead at the top shrunk from 1.6 seconds at one stage to just 22 hundredths as it stands now.
It seems like Hafiz is hesitant to go on. It's like he's waiting for something. No idea what. Andy as well, it wasn't released yet. Nah, they're going now. Well, apparently not. Playing tricks with this.
Yeah, they gave him a push and then he just hit the front brake.
Oh, he's waiting for Nakarin because Nakarin's waiting for him, I think. It's Mandalika all over again, but this time Nakarin and Hafiz Sharin. I'm sure it's an honor to be the rider that everyone is looking at, but it's also frustrating when everyone's trying to follow you.
Absolutely, yeah.
No, but Hafiz did come out and Nakarin did not follow, so maybe Hafiz in his own head for that time. Oh no, actually, I take that back completely. There's Nakarin. There he is. He was hiding behind the flags, and he also acknowledges.
Yeah, that's it.
It's funny time in the ASB 1000. Oh, look at Azra in the first sector. Yeah, Hafiz telling Nakarin, get a move on. Zakwan, look at how close Zakwan is. 100th of a second away from Hafiz. Azra is only a 10th off. These two Hondas, while those three are messing about, these two are getting on.
Yeah, they're going on with it, and this is good for Azroy, who's had a pretty miserable time of it so far. This could give him the lift that he needs.
Oh, look at how close Zakwan is. 600ths of a second now. He needs a strong sector 3. Azra as well, he's going up. Azra is up onto the second row provisionally. Nakarin is out. Andy was out with Hafiz as well. Adinanta Pucha's out again.
Yeah, a lot of chatter from the back there on Azroy's Honda. He's lost a bit of ground to Zakwan, and Zakwan goes away.
The bike is just not running right for Azroy. Let's see what Sector 3 looks like for Zakwan. He comes down into turns 12 and 13 now. It's a 10th off, so Zakwan, he's provisionally going to be in third or second. Well, he might remain third, but if he gets a good Sector 4, he will push Kito Abe off second. You'd have to imagine that Kito is itching to get out now. They only have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, it looks as though this attempt at picking Hafiz's pocket is not going to work out for Zakwan. Let's see, he keeps his head down. This is going to be a good lap, whatever.
Zakwan does go second. Azroy up into 6th onto the second row, but Zakwan 2:04.397.
So,
fine margins.
Fine margins, and 2 people past the lap record. Will Hafiz offer to share it with him?
Oh, look, Zakwan's still pushing on. He's not done. Zakwan's going to try for a second one. I think he saw Kito was able to. It's not a bad Sector 1. It's not exactly the fastest, but it's not bad. Hafiz is getting busy now. Oh, and it's the same trio. Hafiz, Andy, and Nakarin.
Yeah.
Hafiz and Andy looking to improve. Nakarin looking to snatch it away from them.
Yeah, 4 minutes left, and it's really heating up. And naughty Nakarin on the back of those 2 Ducatis.
Kito's coming out as well, so Kito might just get 2 laps. He might just be able to do it. Ooh, Sector 1 from Andy and Hafiz. It's not bad. It's a decent Sector 1 and 2. Andy just a slight bit faster, I think.
Yeah.
Nakarin just unable to keep up with them through Sector 1.
Yeah, a little further back, Azroy is having another good lap. This will boost his confidence for later.
Rocco on qualifying race has gone to a 2:05.9, so he's in 9th. He's going to need to find a little bit more. I'm excited to see what Kito does on his flying lap. That's going to be a good one. So far, Hafiz has been improving through sectors 1 and 2. It's not the fastest first 2 sectors, but he's really strong in Sector 3.
Yeah, Adenanta 205.035. 3 riders in the 204s. Nakarin locked on to the 2 Ducatis ahead of him. Not quite on their pace though.
Hafiz in Sector 3 didn't get much out of it. Nakarin is improving a little bit.
Andy needing to improve as well.
Nakarin
Actually down on the provisional 3rd row.
Yeah, this might be enough to bring Nakarin into the 2nd row, so let's see what Nakarin does as he comes across the line. Hafiz, Andy, and Nakarin will have another lap. Nakarin goes 7th. He was pushed down by Andy Farid. Andy Farid went up into 4th. 2:04.7 for Andy, so we have 4 riders, the top 4 all in 2:04.
Yeah, Lachlan Epis is on an out lap, so he could be on another qualifier as well.
It's very swift from the Swift Grow Racing team. Swift Grow Racing team, if they did exchange that quickly.
Swift Grow and Swift Go.
And here they come now. Sector 2. Oh, look at Kito Abe. Sector 2 is so quick from Kito Abe. Sector 1 was matching Hafiz's fastest. Kito Abe's on it. Kito Abe fastest through Sector 2 and 3. Kito Abe is hunting for pole position. Where is Kito on track? He should be around turn 14 now. He's on the back straight somewhere, definitely. There he is now. Kito Abe goes down the gears into turn 15. This is going to do it. It has to be. Sectors 1, 2, and 3 are brilliant from Kito and SDG. On the exit, the bike is planted. It's going to do it. It's got to be.
Comes and...
It's a 2:04.349. 0.014 away. He has 1 more lap. Remember, the previous run, he was quicker.
Yeah, he did. So it's not done yet.
Oh, here we go.
Fingers hovering over the pocket of Hafiz Shirin.
This is insanity in ASB 1000s. Here comes Quito now. No one else is really going at the pace of Quito. Adenanta is in front of Quito. He needs to get out of the way. Quito, again, identical sector one, literally identical to the 3 decimals.
Doesn't get any tighter than this.
Oh, is Adenanta on a slow lap? Adenanta is on a slow lap on the racing line. Adenanta needs to get out of the way. And again, it's sector 2, Adenanta.
No.
This is not okay.
Oh.
This is
Quito.
not... Oh.
Frustration once again for Quito Abe. I mean, this has been a contest in itself, almost like an extra race in terms of the spectator value for this qualifying session, but 2 massive frustrations for Quito Abe. Of course, he's not giving up, but yeah,
I mean,
kind of an identical situation to what he suffered on the previous attempt.
honestly, Adenanta should not have been on the racing line that much slower. Not in a qualifying session especially. There will be words said.
There will, I'm sure.
The problem is once you lose that drive at turn 5, you just lose turns 6 and 7 altogether. And that's what happened to Quito twice now.
Yeah. So JDT, they know that they've pocketed the Dunlop Sport Max Award. Yeah, 205.5 that last lap for Quito Abe. So not a disaster for him, but he could have could have. Never mind, let's see what happens this afternoon. That was a superbly entertaining qualifying session. Absolutely gripping all the way through. I think having 2 qualifying tyres and having the 1 million yen prize money, that really made it a spectacle. So thank you to especially to Hafiz, Quito, Zakwan, but also of course to Dunlop for creating the situation. And it's worked. We've got a faster qualifying lap to shoot at next time. We will be here again later in the year. But there he is. Apart from everything else that might be coming his way, he's 1 million yen richer now, the number 55. Into Park Ferme. Daniel is on his way to talk to him, his teammate, Andy Faridis-Dehar. 4th quickest, he's going to lead the 2nd row. But Zakwan and Quito came so close to snatching that 1 million yen away from the Malaysian superstar. Let's pleased with his qualifying session. Are we going to Daniel? Daniel is with Hafiz.
And a new lap record has been broken at the Sepang International Circuit by Hafiz Sharin and JDT Racing, and presented by Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi from Dunlop. A 1 million yen for the new lap record in 2026. A big congratulations to Hafiz Sharin and JDT Racing. We're gonna have a quick official photograph of Hafiz Sharin with the Czech and Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi. This is the new initiative by Dunlop for the 2026 season in the ASB 1000 class. A big congratulations once again to Hafiz Sharin and JDT Racing for smashing the lap record. And a big congratulations once again from Sam Khan. So Hafiz, a new lap record, and you've been looking strong and fast all week. But it must be a bit concerning now seeing that a lot of people have been improving, but on race tires, you seem to have the advantage. What's it looking like for the race later?
Oh, without the team, we are not here. And we working very well since test until now. And we just keep doing lap by lap, try to understand the bike. And we try a few things set up to understand which area we can improve. And yeah, we know that some area is still so-so for me. But other parts of the track, I'm quite strong. So yeah, we did our job today, and we break the record doing a faster lap alone. So it's very important without follow anyone. So yeah, this is what we call teamwork together as a JDT racing team.
You seemed more comfortable than ever this week, consistently fast in each session. Have you guys found something over 2025 until now that has helped you find this?
No, actually we have the same bike. We doesn't change anything. We just keep using the same material what we have from the last 2 years and last year, and it's just doing more laps and more laps. And we try to improve our package of the bike, electronic, suspension, and how the way team approach during the weekend are really professional. It's similar like a MotoGP style. So yeah, we have a very good team here behind me, especially the mechanic and crew chief. All that involved in my journey was very good. And also I prepare since last year. Buriram only stopped for holiday with family 1 week, and then keep continuing on the bike, on the saddle, cycling a lot. Doesn't stop until now.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck for the race this weekend.
Thank you very much.
engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.